Well, hello, you little whippersnappers, you. Who we got? We got Miss Eve, as usual. Squirrely Girl, the Magnificent Mary. Well, I don't know how magnificent I am. A one-way street and Cat's Eye. I seen Karen. Oh, there's Lip Lock. Welcome, welcome, Nunya Beeswax. Texaholic. Texaholic on my mind. I'll make up a song for every one of you. Well, Justin, nobody was going live? What's up with that? Lucy Cat is just fine. Hopefully she'll pop in here pretty soon. Definitely wanted her to try to get some rest for sure. She was very fortunate. Very fortunate to have people who really care about her on the YouTube streets that said, girl, you're going to go to the hospital. And I would have drove there if I had to. And yes, I'm sitting in the dark. I like the dark. Even though I sleep at night, I like the dark. Does that make sense? Well, there's Sassy. Sassy Frass. Somewhere sitting on her ass. I don't know if you're sitting on your ass, Sassy. I'm just messing with you. Well, I'm hoping she pops in here in a couple minutes. Candalee. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Well, I will get Pete. Dang it, I forgot Pete. I wondered who was over there in my corner screaming, you left me. Come get me right now. Let me get him. Come on, Pete. I forgot about you, dude. So sorry, Pete. That bitch forgot me. She left me in a freaking corner. Can you believe that? All right, there you go, Pete. Hang out there. People love you, dude. There's Pete for you, Lip Lock. Crazy Pete. Pete's been around for a while. I'm very impressed that the air has actually stayed in his body for this long. Because believe me, I don't know where the little thing is that you blow in Pete to put air back in him. And I don't want to find it because I'm not doing it. But maybe I'll take him to the Dollar Tree and see if they won't fill him full of helium. Then we'll just let him float around. That's what he likes to do anyway. Oh, everyone values Pete's input. You better believe it. People who probably start watching me and they see me and Pete having reactions towards each other, they're probably like, that bitch is crazy. That's probably how I get so many subs. They're probably like, you gotta watch this crazy bitch over there. Well, he ain't getting a blow from me, Lip Locked. Nope, I'll send him back to Vegas. Ooh, he looks eerie in the dark. He's quite the character, let me tell ya. For sure. I found some really interesting stuff. Because I was kind of going through my notes. And there was a live that Ziggy did that had Prayer Garden on there. Now, you guys know I've just been adamant in my brain that within my theory, Don Wells was at home sometime that day. Okay? Don't know what time he was at home, but my gut has told me from the beginning that Mr. Wells showed up at his house that day. So we're just going to start with this because I do want to go over some of Cher's interview with Dawn. Your husband looks scary in the dark, Sassy. Girl, you got to just get used to seeing him. You ain't been around him for a while. You got to get used to that man again. Hey, Pat. Right? Right, squirrely girl? I've always thought that. And I said it, and I don't know if people believe me or not, and it's okay if they didn't. But I kind of know what the deal is with subcontractors. Don could have got to work anytime he wanted. He could have left anytime he wanted. These were brand new houses. He didn't have to be out of the house at any specific time. He didn't have to go to work at any specific time. Now, I guess kind of depending on trucker and, kind of how they run their business, could he have possibly stayed at work till 9 o'clock that night or late at night any other night? Sure, he could have. When Don Wells does his job, the way that it goes is you got the electricians, you got the plumbers, anything that has to be set up in that house, they've already done it. Hey, Kathy. Hey, Auntie M. Don would work in the middle of the night sometimes. That don't surprise me, Justin. I just wonder what he was doing in the middle of the night before he went there to work in the middle of the night and in the middle of the night after he left there in the middle of the night. What was you doing in the dark, Mr. Wells? I've had music on the brain all morning. I've been listening to music all morning. Justin for all, do he says. What the hell's that mean, Sassy? So he says, Justin. That sounds better. Couldn't figure out what you're saying. I was like, do he says. Candace said no one would hire her. She applied at 2 places. I wonder who was helping her fill out those applications. Wonder what she put down as hobbies. Some places ask you what your hobbies are. Did she say scrapbooking? I'm a good scrapbooker. She say drinking a little bit. I won't drink at work, but I drink after work. Is that all right? Annabella Roma. I'm telling you. Should have called me, Candace. I'd have helped you. Girl, I'd have had you manager. You'd have let me fill out that application for you, girl. You'd have been manager without even knowing what you's doing. Oh, yeah, what would she wear to a job interview? Well, I hate to say this because I don't like to shame anybody for anything, but she was actually dressed up for the Dr. Phil people when they came to the house to video some stuff. She had on a nice dress shirt. She had on some makeup. That's the one and only time. Well, no, she might have put makeup on for Benny or Ernie. I just don't know. But she did for the Dr. Phil people. But they was probably like, girl, we just spent thousands of dollars to give you that pretty smile. So you're going to have to take off that hat and them shorts and that tank top. What is it with tank tops? Allie had her pink tank top, and Candace had her blue one with the burn holes in it. Yeah, I bet they did dress her. But we're not shaming her. I'm just saying that's the first time I ever seen her with some makeup on. So that's been my a little bit of going into my theory right there, was that Don Wells at some point in time was home that day. And it also bothered me that Don said he spoke to Candace all the way home. But Prayer Garden in this interview states that she had talked to him before, and there would be, I call them dead spots, and there'd be just a blank spot there for a minute. I'm like, come on now. But Lip Lock, she was at home. She wasn't at the studio. But they went with her, I guess, and fixed her right up. Yes, she did. She scrubbed up real well. Real well. I ain't saying that fast 3 times. You know what? I will get her. Okay, wait a minute. Where's Eve? Eve, can you take a minute and text her for me? If you can't, well, I can do it. I can get back into this app I'm in. Okay, wait a minute. Let me find her. Let me find Lucy Cat. Hey. Wave. Get your butt over here. Get your butt home. That's what I'm going to say. Get your butt home, girl. I'm sure she's doing okay, you guys. She was supposed to rest last night, but you know Lucy Cat, she was probably all over these YouTube streets. Dr. Phil, people help clean up ahead of filming. Oh, well, that's interesting. A1 Way Street. Thank you for saying allegedly. Well, that's pretty disgusting there, Sassy. Pretty disgusting. So anyhow, let me show you what interested me. I found it in my notes, and I was like, I have to find this live. And thank you, Ziggy. Ziggy has it going on. She was talking to a lot of people. But this is called Open Panel Ask Prayer Garden Your Questions. They were some interesting questions. But I want you guys to hear what she says. And I'm going to turn the closed caption on too. I don't know how much it'll help, but.
Then from there, you know, I wanted to come forward, and really right then and there's where I changed. That's right where, you know, I'm like, whoa, something's wrong here. But, you know, I didn't want to get out at that point because I wanted as much information.
This is where Prayer Garden's saying that she realized that Don Wells was full of shit when he tried to say he did not know Jody, Sue, and Andy. So she started watching him real close. Hey, Carrie. Katie Ann. All right, I'm waiting on her to text me back.
As I could get on the truth. And
yeah, I'm glad you didn't get out like sooner, because
and you know, and then, and that's when, you know, I started really taking note to, Donald's habits and what he was doing. I talked to him at work a lot.
Which is very interesting because Dawn and Prayer Garden, in my opinion, allegedly talked a lot. A lot, y'all. They was on the phone morning till nighttime. And I don't know what they did after dark. And I don't want to know.
Talked to him at his house. I talked to him on the road. And yes, I was able to get a lot of information because, at his work, for instance, he would leave his work in the morning. So
he would leave his work in the morning. Lucy Cat said, okay, LOL, be right in. I knew she's okay, y'all. But I just want to make sure y'all knew she was there. Yeah, Lucy Cat's coming, y'all. So Dawn, and I'll back that up just a little bit so y'all can hear exactly what she says.
Playing with. And so, I had a lot on my plate also, and it wasn't a week.
Lisa, Sassy, why are we don't need that info. But thank you for dressing up your cursy words. I really appreciate it.
Week, as I said, when he did that to Mary, I right there started to realize exactly what they was. Not that I didn't already know it in my gut, but now it's visible. It's there. I know. And then from there, I wanted to come forward, and really right then and there's where I changed. That's right where, I'm like, whoa, something's wrong here. But I didn't want to get out at that point because I wanted as much information.
Okay, Sassy, before I get on with this, what else do you want to say about Prayer Garden? Go ahead, get it out, girl. Get it out. You are always saying something about Prayer Garden. Really, you are. Do you even realize how much you talk about Prayer Garden? I think you're Prayer Garden addicted. I really think you're Prayer Garden addicted. Let's not talk about her. I'm listening to her right now, okay?
Information as I could get on the truth. And
Yeah,
what
I'm
took
glad
place.
you didn't get out like sooner, because
And
be honest.
and that's when I started really taking note to Donald's habits and what he was doing. I talked to him at work a lot. I talked to him at his house. I talked to him on the road. And yes, I was able to get a lot of information because at his work, for instance, he would leave his work in the morning somewhere, around, I say 10, 11 o'clock.
He would leave his job in the morning. Sometimes she'd say 10, 11 o'clock. I'm writing it down.
He would go
Well,
to this restaurant, and he would get, he ordered two. They seemed to know him too. He was getting the eggs and the sausage and some hash browns. And
she even know Prayer Garden even can tell you what he ordered for breakfast. She can even tell you what he ordered for breakfast. That's flipping good.
And he went there for and then another day he went through a drive-through and ordered up some food there. And then he usually I took note that around 2 or 3 o'clock.
Around 2 or 3 o'clock. 2 or 3 o'clock. No, I can't, Lisa. I'm trying to go over some content. Email me Tell me everything you want me to fucking get for you, okay? I'm trying to do something here. You're interfering with what I'm doing, sassy. Jeez. Well, Summer gets a hot dog. Exactly, Lip Lock. Yeah, Dawn was eating every day. Yep, sassy, while the kids ate frozen pizza. But this tells me a lot right here. Because I remember when Cher had said she would be on the phone with Dawn like around 3 or so, and he would act like he was at work when Cher knew that Dawn was not working. So we've got him leaving for breakfast from the job site around 10 or 11-ish. And now we've got him leaving, like I always assumed, around the 3:30-ish mark.
Donald would run to the carry out to get his cigarettes and something to drink and go back to work, because he did that with me quite a few times. And also where he was going to the carry out and stuff, that's at the time that carry out has to be around that place where he was, the guy came in and started screaming and stinking, because that's about the time I noticed he was going to that carry out and leaving work, because I even mentioned it to him. I said, they said you wasn't around, but you seem to be going to this carry out around that time, that they were supposedly, you were about 3:00, 3:30, and it seems like that's when you're running out of this place.
So yeah, Candace dropped Hunter off at what, 2:30-ish? And we don't know exactly what time Summer went missing? Make that make sense, y'all. Make that make sense. How did he get any work done between talking to Sheriff PG and going for food? He was talking to more people than that, Tammy. There were a whole slew of female YouTubers that Don was just loving to talk to. There was more than just those two, for sure. Let's see. She said something else very interesting too. But let me see if I can find the exact time frame so we don't have to go back through all of it, y'all. I did try to write down some of the time that I thought she was saying something interesting. She says in this video, and I hope I can find it. If I can't, I apologize. You know me and my low budget channel. Don said he did not go to the shed first. That's what he said. So let me see if I can find it. Hang tight with me, y'all. I've got a couple timestamps here.
Donald said that he didn't stop by no damn shed. He don't even know what you guys are talking about. He came in and...
Don says he didn't stop by no damn shed. He don't even know what you guys are talking about. He came in and he
went straight up and around and down by the creek where his sons and the neighbor was. He said he don't know what you guys are talking about him stopping at a shed, because he told me that he did not stop by any shed at all.
Really? Okay, now this is old. Okay, you guys, this is old. It's old, it's old. But Don did a reenactment of what he did when he came into Beach Creek that day. And guess what? Didn't he pull in by a shed? I got another question. If if this is one of those what ifs. I don't like to do a what if, but I'm doing a what if right now. if there was a dollar amount exchanged in this scenario, how do we know he wasn't picking up dollars from the shed? If he had something set up where, there was somewhere in front of the shed where they could put the dollars, he wouldn't have had to look in the shed, right? That's just something that came into my mind.
He didn't stop to look in no shed.
Wow, he must really be coming down with dementia because he said he did.
Nope. And
he even shows video of
thank you.
That day
we talked about the shed a few times, and because people were saying, "Oh, he had summer in it for somebody to pick up." No, I was thinking,
All right. She was thinking the same thing I was, I think, about the money. He's playing word games, in my opinion. He may not have gone in the shed, but he did go to the shed. Absolutely, lip lock. There's a big difference between going in and going to somewhere. For sure. So Prayer Garden's got, she's probably one of the YouTubers who talked to Dawn more than any of the other ones. For sure. All right. I got one other thing marked here. I got to see what it is, though, you guys, because I don't remember. It's at 2:55. She talked about him. Okay, this may. All right. I'm not sure what it is, but if I got it marked, it must be interesting. So let's just see what it is. So let's give it a couple minutes here.
It was a place where he took 3 or 4 months there. I'm sure if they look where he was around, I say in August there, the end of August, they'll find it.
Yeah, hopefully they were able. But thank you so much, Melissa.
You're very welcome
For coming on.
Thank you.
Right,
and
thanks.
Mary, I'm very, very glad to hear you.
Okay, hang on.
Your voice.
Okay, so and what I meant by that is because I know you initially contacted them twice already.
Yes.
Did you contact them for the third time, like you wanted to do? Or?
I'm going to contact them first thing tomorrow.
Okay.
She's talking about TBI.
And then I was kind of curious. Did Don ever tell you where Candace and Grandis were when he pulled up into the driveway? When someone went missing.
Grandis and Candace? Donald said when he pulled up through there and went down to the bottom of the hill, all he saw was his boys and the neighbor looking around. He does not know where Candace and Grandis was. No, he does not know where they were.
Okay, so when he said that he did that, which we all know he did that first, but that's okay. Was there any police there yet, or?
He told me that he believed there was 2 officers. First, he told me that he beat the police there. Then he told me that he was told that there were some cops there, and maybe there was, he said, maybe 1 or 2. Donald really acts like he don't know.
This is what's interesting. Why would she feel like Dawn Wells wasn't lying to her? She knew Dawn Wells. I'm not going to say that they ever met up in person. Okay. But she talked to him a lot. and she didn't think that the dude was lying to her from the get-go. He exactly knew. And then I've got one more marked, and like I said, I don't even remember what these are. Because you guys 420 it, and you blow it through my monitor. And then I have to think about what I'm doing. Okay. Like I said, I'm not sure exactly what's said at this time. But we're going to see. It may not be nothing. It may be something. Here we go. I don't know what her name is off the top of my head.
A drive-through and ordered up some food there. And
Okay, that's just repeating what I had said in the beginning. Hey, Shacey. So I always thought in my mind, hey, Flies, I didn't see you, but hey. Did I say hey, Janet? Aunt Stacia? Squirrely Girl, I already said hi. I said hi, Carrie. And Lucy Cat. Where's Lucy Cat at? Okay. Let me pull this interview up with Cher. I'm going to do it on my phone. I am not going to pull the channel up and show the whole video. All right, this is Cher from Voices Behind the Wall, speaking with Dawn Wells. It's titled Wild Horses and Rumors with Dawn Wells. Let me get a book. I want to make sure my phone is high enough so everybody can hear it properly. All righty. If you guys can't hear it, let me know. We'll figure it out. So Dawn is addressing some rumors here. I'm using this under fair use. Thank you, Shacey. Yes, everyone in my chat is always so welcoming, for sure. You go ahead and prep for supper there, Lip Lock. Thank you for popping in. Okay, she'll be listening, so I'll give her a shout out every once in a while. Hey, Colleen. All right, let's see what Dawn has to say about some of these rumors. I will be commentating on this, you guys, okay? Y'all know how I commentate things. If I say the little cursy word, it's because I like that word, okay?
Elementary school, yeah, in Harford County.
Okay, do you know why Joseph Rogers Seventh-day Adventist School spoke out on behalf of Summer?
What was really weird was Dawn wanted to send the kids to the school at the SDA church. Okay. Dawn just clarifies that Summer would have went to a public school. But for some reason, the church or an affiliate decided to speak out about Summer Wells. And I believe that they were saying that they would make sure that she got to go to school there or something really weird shit. Okay, Flies.
I don't, just like, they probably know we're from church is about all,
Yeah, because she said they were enrolled there. Or that Summer, was enrolled there.
Not to my knowledge, I don't.
So these individuals feeling like they should come and even mention Summer is saying that she's enrolled there, or that she was enrolled there. I'm sorry, she was enrolled there. You lost your glasses, Janet? You know where mine are most of the time when I lose mine? They're on top of my head. They really are. I'll lose my glasses and they'll be on top of my head. Maybe the SDA school would look the other way if they found out about possible SA. I don't think it has anything to do with that. But that is a good observation there, say Shacey, for sure. I think they were saying that she was enrolled in the Sabbath school during church time. Yeah, that's a good possibility, Tammy. Because I didn't listen to it myself. I heard about it, but I didn't listen to the whole thing myself. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot, y'all. I got it.
She was enrolled at Kepler Elementary.
Kepler, okay.
And you guys hear this okay?
It's a public school. Hawkins County, about an hour, about 30 minutes from here. Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe it was just that, yeah, they knew you went to the Seventh-day Adventist church and they were just kind of showing support. Like, Summer could come here and we would.
This is Peacock. Here's my understanding of their church. If someone does something wrong, they ask for forgiveness from God. They do not turn them into authorities. Thank you, Mrs. Peacock. I kind of been saying that all along. Oh, you listened to it, Tammy?
Support her if she came back or something.
Of course they would. Summer, she hung out with the other kids there, in the church. There's a lot of kids there. They really love and miss her. I do know that.
Yeah.
Don is so chilled, isn't he? He's super chilled. Super, super chilled.
A lot of them kids, they still support me and Candace. We're out both too. A lot of them kids, they understand, what has happened. I've seen a few of them break down and cry over Summer many times.
The sad part about that is my mind went straight to adults talking about Summer to these children, and in a way that they become emotional and cry. Lucy Cat, I feel bad. I didn't ask you, did your night go good? I figured it did. Let me know, girl.
Do you think that the church members that will be cleared as suspects soon then? They should be?
That term being cleared is just, I don't know what.
Now, you guys, this is the question. Do you think the individuals from the church are going to be cleared soon? That's a very interesting question. You think he sounds depressed? He sounded the same way on Daisy's channel last night. I think he gets a little worked up with Cher here in a few. Yeah, him and Cher's got that type of relationship. But I, from what I caught, because I kind of went through that really quickly, he's not feeling well right now. I don't know what's wrong with him. I didn't stick around to find out. I just heard something about he wasn't feeling well. Daisy asked if she could put the Cash App up, and Don said he doesn't like that. He doesn't like when the Cash Apps are put up. But this is the thing also, Don has said that before. Don has told Candace before, I'm working, you don't need people to give you cash apps. But Candace did need people to give her cash apps because she kept saying Don wasn't giving her money. But yeah, he does sound and look, I don't know what's wrong with him. Can you switch that one name in there for me, Janet? Can you dress that word up? The pedo? Maybe just put pedo. And I hate to say that, you guys, but I am petrified of getting freaking struck on YouTube. Yeah, he's out of work right now, too. He sure is. And I've got a question. Don was working, right? Before, no, you're fine, Janet. You're fine. I totally get what you're saying. A lot of people feel that way about Don, for sure. Do you think because when Candace was still in Arkansas, no, Janet, you're fine, honey. You're okay. You're fine. You're absolutely okay. Don't worry about it. So anywho, when Dawn was, Candace was still in Arkansas and Dawn was home, right? He was working, allegedly, and he was working on his cars and doing different stuff. Do you think if Candace would have stayed in Arkansas that things would be different for Dawn than what they are at this? I mean, we know he's messed up. Okay, there's no denying that. Do you think the whole scenario right now would be different with him not working and etc.? And no, I'm not a Don Wells fan, but y'all know over on this channel, we think outside of the universe. So just a question. Just a little question there, y'all. And Don Wells has made me feel horrible for him at times. Did the dang YouTubers lose it for him, Coco? Probably. Probably. Did JLR go see Don again? JLR, man, he'll find Don and Candace no matter where they go. I think he can sniff them out. For sure. But yeah, I said that about Candace too. If Candace wouldn't have went back with Don when he got out of jail, would there have been a totally different scenario right now with her? If she stayed away, he might have less doors to fix. I don't know, y'all. All right, let me turn this back on. Nobody's clear.
I mean, it's wishful thinking, I guess, for everybody. I don't know. Nobody knows, exactly what happened, but, nobody knows about them.
Are they kind of? Do you think that they're on the suspect list because they had your back so publicly or something, and maybe some people are upset at that, or?
I don't know. I don't think they're on the suspect list. Anybody from church. I mean, yeah, I think she was taken from Beach Street there.
Yeah.
Let me correct you, Don. Yes, she was taken from the Beach Creek area. But she was taken from 110 Ben Hill Road. Your home, your property. Carrie, hey, Carrie. Sometimes I feel bad for them, especially if they are innocent. However, with their behavior and lies, my gut tells me they are responsible for her disappearance. A lot of us think that, Carrie. A lot of us. Why would two individuals put themselves out on YouTube and act the way that they've acted and want us to believe that they came to YouTube to keep their daughter's name out there? I mean, it's just, I don't feel sorry for them because they continue. That exactly, Carrie. They do continue to live the same way.
So
Kind of an odd time to me, but it's probably perfect timing. I mean, 5:30 or 6:30, whatever time it was, she came up missing on daylight. It's like, wow.
right. Well, the phone call I think was in at like 6:29 p.m.
So was it? Okay.
I'm not for certain, but I think around there.
Hey, Leandra, sorry, but if people actually cared about this child, considering her feelings, we might not like it, but she loved her parents, and all this downing them would make her hurt. So, you know how grown-ass people act. I've never on my channel said that Summer didn't love her parents. We talked about that before. I don't think anybody's ever said Summer didn't love her parents. We're speaking about her parents' behavior. I think he's also having problems with his work vehicle. Apparently he's working for himself, so he's unemployed every time he finishes a job. Yeah, that is true. That is true that when anybody who works in the carpentry business or anything like that, when they finish a job, they're not working. They're not working till they find the next job. A lot of people think that, Lily. A lot of people think that, but we have no proof. We have no receipts saying that the parents have done anything. We have no proof that they did anything to Summer. We have our opinions, we have our theories on it, and Dawn and Candace are the ones who's helped us come to a lot of these theories and made us have so many different opinions about this case. For sure. But we have no proof. There's no receipts. And believe me, you guys know how I am. I am not a Dawn and Candace fan. Not at all. And even if they didn't have anything to do with Summer, these two people are shady as fuck. And in my opinion, I can't say if they did or didn't where Summer's concerned, but in what I think is that they sure are guilty of something else that they don't want to get caught doing. How do we know we live the same? I ain't never said I lived like them. They're the ones who showed their self on social media. You can talk about Summer all you want to. I'm not talking about Summer right now. I'm talking about Dawn and Candace. That's who I'm talking about. And on my channel, opinions and theories with no repercussions. So anyone in my chat can give their opinion or their theory on anything that they want, whatever they're thinking. And they're not going to get dogged on it over on my channel. The other night, Candace was boohooing over her ankle, got cash apps, then cutting up and laughing the next day. Then all of a sudden, Dawn, what isn't working? And he comes on all over the place. Well, I'm surprised because I thought he wasn't feeling well. is what I thought. Don was pretty sick, calling himself the victim instead of his sisters. He will never admit or take responsibility to that. That whole situation's sad. It really is. All right, let's get on. Let's get on with this. And don't nobody say anything to Leandra. She's got that, that's her opinions and how she feels. And you guys know over here, we're allowed to do that without anybody getting angry. Hey, Michelle. Well, we do know he steals panties, red ones. Candace said Dawn is so traumatized from Cher's Live. Well, let's listen to some more Cher's Live.
I'm not for certain, but I think around there.
Hey, Chloe.
And then you and Candace both called 911 though, right? But so I wanted to talk to you again. There's actually today we saw that there's some new faces because of the billboards going around. And I know you were sleeping earlier. Did you get to rewatch the earlier?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Well, do you want me to tell you? Well, I'll just tell you, even though we've talked about it. But there's a guy going around, and he is saying that he knows Candace was trafficking Summer during the day. His name is Vern Gilbert. Have you ever?
Now, I want to stop this here for just a second. And I'm only saying this because I had listened to a little bit of a Q&A that Vern had or whatever. And someone asked him, did he know for a fact that that was happening? I remember the man saying that basically it was his opinion, okay? He didn't say it was fact unless he came back another time and did a live or whatever and said he knew it was fact. I heard the man say that, basically it was his opinion.
Met a Vern Gilbert? What?
What a moron.
But have you ever heard of that name, Vern Gilbert?
Hey, Chloe.
No.
I didn't think so. Yeah, you had said no. And then how about a Sean Williams?
Sean Williams, no.
Okay. So he's tying it to Sean Williams as well. Vern is saying that Candace
I don't think he
brought
posted
Summer
it
to
as
Sean
fact, Tammy.
Williams during
I think
the
it was
day,
his opinion, and maybe
that
he didn't state that it was
Candace
his
selling
opinion.
Summer an hour at a time.
He
and
stated
then
it as
stopped the
fact.
time
Lip lock.
while you were at work.
Wow.
Yeah. So I'm thinking.
See, why would he state that as fact? Because when he did that Q&A, somebody asked him how he knew that, and he told them that it was just his thought on it. What an idiot. IDIOT. Burn. Shame on you.
That maybe since he thinks that he knows specifics, that the TBI should sit him down then.
Yeah, I'm getting some trouble real quick saying stuff like that.
Yeah, pretty weird, right?
You know what, Cat's Eye? People need to tell them individuals. If it's your opinion, remain calm says put IMO. Because guess what, Vern? I'm thinking bad thoughts about you now, Vern. Pete, what do you think about Vern? Oh, Pete, I can't say that.
So
Hey, Eddie.
And then the next rumor is about your church.
People throw stuff like that around like it ain't nothing, you know.
It's wild.
Now, this is what gets me. Don says people just putting that stuff around like, well, I can't believe people are just saying stuff like that and putting stuff like that around. Don, I'm not going over the list of things that I have you saying that you believe happened to your daughter and et cetera, or as you say, blah, blah, blah. But if you're on the mindset, well, she's my daughter, I can say what I want about her, well, then I guess you're right. Donna said he will continue to be dragged as long as it keeps Summer in people's mind. Shows a hell of a lot of, but a person can only take as much. I agree with that. He stated it as a fact. It was only when he was asked about it that he said it was his opinion. Thank you, Tammy, because I thought I did hear him say that it was his opinion, but he better be rechecking his post for sure. Yep, that's how crap gets started. A lot of people are upset with Vern about that post. Well, I can understand that. For sure. For sure.
It's wild. It's really weird.
They should,
No.
I don't know what to say.
Well, I kind of got the feeling about this with Vern. If Vern was doing that for Summer out of the kindness of his heart, he didn't have to tell everybody he did it at all. He could have just posted some pictures of the billboards and let it go at that. But kind of seems like he was wanting a little bit of attention for it in the long run.
So when he dropped the name Sean Williams, a YouTube creator named Michelle After Dark looked into that name, and there was an arrest on a Sean Williams for 52 rapes. He recorded himself raping people 50.
Okay, trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning. Sorry, she said it the R word a couple times before I said trigger warning. This Sean Williams was a bad dude, a flippin' bad guy.
2 times, and thousands of pictures of child pornography was found.
And let me give you an idea of just some things with my research that I found about individuals who have very horrible pictures of children on their devices. They say in a lot of cases that these individuals will watch these things continuously. And they'll get to a point where their feelings turn to actions. Okay? Actions. You're fine, Lily. I don't think that it's upsetting anybody, but they let me know. Usually somebody will let me know if the content that I'm talking about is a little bit too much for them. People ask Don what he thinks at different times of grief, sadness. I agree with that. Crazy stuff, but he was asked and no one asked Vern. Well, I said what I said about Vern, and that's what I believe. So Vern did a good thing. Vern did a good thing.
Wow.
Was found on his devices.
Wow.
So that's a pretty weird name for him to be dropping.
Yeah.
But yeah, I already figured you didn't know them, but now people heard it from you that
Hey, the
you don't
mouse.
know them, so maybe they can just leave that one alone. But that's terrible.
Yeah, it's a pretty horrible thing to say about somebody, that's for sure.
Okay, so
You know, I mean, if that was the case, do you think Hawkins County would even begin to not have this locked up, you know, and everything else, if that was even remotely
right.
partially true? They have us so far up in the jail, we never, you know what I'm saying?
They're bringing up the TikTok video. Remember her dancing with that for sale barrel? Now, for the new people that are, in the rain, for the new people that have come onto this case and might listen to this, can you tell again where did that barrel come from?
I guess people.
This is what gets me at the barrel, about the barrel. Why? I mean, and maybe I'm just seeing this question in passing. Why would it matter if the barrel was plastic or it was a burn barrel? Because I'm kind of lost on that. And truly, this is what I believe. Don and Candace will not get the boys back, nor will they get Summer back. My opinion. That's just my opinion, okay?
On the road, so that's what the foam comes in for, the spray foam for insulation.
I'm gonna bring it forward just a little bit.
For kids, so she was always doing a lot of videos and pictures of her, you know. She's just a proud mother, and she loves her kids. I can say that about Candace, and all the things people want to say about her, I know she loved her kids. But I've watched her.
And we have to remember, I will say again, I'm not a Don and Candace fan. I seem to have to say that a lot. But Candace took pictures of those kids and places she took those kids. Okay, AC, but what's the difference? I mean, why? I mean, yeah, you want a burn barrel to burn it, but I don't get why people care if it was actually plastic or not. I was lost on all of that for some reason.
She's a mother. She loves her kids with all her heart.
Yeah.
Like I said, we tried to say before too, a lot of these pictures we probably shouldn't have shared because a lot of times people don't share stuff because the house is not being bad or a mess or whatever, but we wanted to share everything so that people could get every detail of Summer, our not so perfect life.
And you know what? That's true because Chris McDonough had asked Candace right on the fly there with the interview, can I come look at the house? And she let him there. Even knowing that she would be judged, you guys.
Yes. And that is an excellent point that I think I've made before. Candace allowed Chris McDonough to come up to the house. Right? Oh, so they're just trying to see if they're lying about that. Well, they lie about everything else. They lie about the smallest things. They're saying it's plastic because Candace said they bought it to burn stuff in. I don't think some people can relate to why country folks have barrels. Oh, that's probably true. That's probably true. But if that was the case, then where was she until they did that?
You would be judged. You guys would be judged.
His whole agenda was to be a sneaky snake and exploit us as a family and tear us apart for his own evil agenda.
Okay, he's talking about Chris McDonough. He said Chris McDonough had an evil agenda to tear that family apart. Don said it, not me, Chris. Don said it. I'm sure they had all kinds of barrels up there, Chloe. For sure. Girl, I thought you were cooking the whole time, lip lock. Girl, you shouldn't have to say that a lot. It's not about sides. Shouldn't be sides. We are all trying to find, get summer Justin. I say that a lot, Leandra, because if I don't say I'm not a Don and Candace fan, people attack me. People attack me. And they say things. Because you can't win on YouTube. A lot of people, it's got to be one way or the other. Here at my channel, we try to see the big picture on everything. And if I say something that might sound like I'm being on, I don't know, freaking people, you know, but I'll say it. I say it. My people don't mind me saying it. But thanks for pointing it out. People are mean. And we do want justice for Summer.
Evil agenda instead of trying to help Summer. He freaking tore our family all to hell.
Oh, live long.
Yeah. And then how many people have followed suit in the same steps as that and exploit our family over the years, time after time after time, and I'm sick of it. I know Candace loves her kids. She's a mother, just like anybody else.
But Don, you talk about people exploiting you and Candace. But you've got quite a bit of cash off of people on YouTube. For sure. I just had a tenderloin sandwich last night, Lip Lock. Yeah, me too, Carrie. Me too.
I'm tired of people putting her down and trying to say different.
Hmm.
You know, we're not perfect. Hell no. We're far from perfect. Yeah, right, we are.
Mm-hmm.
But we're trying. I know you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Tired of it.
That'd be hard to listen about your wife being beat down every day. I know Mark wouldn't like to hear that. Even though he has heard that. But, so what about these rumors of Robin being working for the adoption agency within the Seventh-day Adventists and possibly hiding Summer?
Go over to Cher. She had pulled up some stuff about the SDA church and adoption. It's really interesting. My husband's never used drugs or drunk, but he recalls events, but his recall of events and mine are totally different. Hey, I get that. Well, there are a lot of men who pretty much give the woman the control over the kids and things like that. I mean, I get it. Well, and that's a good point too, Because if we look at Dawn and Candace, they have both shown us DV, right? They didn't care to do it in front of, they didn't know how many people were watching those live streams, and they didn't care. And so a lot of us feel like, hey, if you're giving us a few hours a night of this stuff, you're putting in our minds what these children possibly went through. Did I care that they were beating up on each other? Maybe a little bit, because, you know, I am human. It's not cool to watch two people freaking get drunk and whack each other. You know, I ain't really into it. But the first thing I thought about was, what have these kids had to hear, see, feel?
And possibly hiding somewhere within a fostering agency within the Seventh-day Adventist.
The only thing I could say about that is, I mean, what can I say? I don't know how many times we've been over this in the past, with the 7th day and other possibilities, all this and that. But I would just like to point back to the fact that there was a lot of drug traffic in our area. That's what I'm focused on. I'm trying to focus on the facts that we have.
Yeah. But what about the people that are now?
But we have no facts, Dawn. What facts do you know, Dawn? Except for the script. Except for the script. Because you've led us down 100 million alleys and still can't figure it out. I get it, Tammy. There's a lot of families like that. I remember when I was a little girl, every time we had company, one of my parents would always whip me. No one did anything. They didn't care who was there. It was a control thing. You know what, AC? I fucking understand what you're saying. When my parents would have company over, there were 5 of us kids. And we were told if we made a sound that we was all gonna get a whooping. And usually it didn't matter if we made a sound or not, because we would get lined up, and we had one of those old laundry baskets. I remember it as clear as day. One of them old laundry baskets, that stood up and you could open the lid. And we would have to bend over that. And we were lined up from the oldest to the youngest. And as he was going down the line whipping us, he would say, if you cry, you're going to get it worse. If you cry, you're going to get it worse. And believe me, I didn't like being the youngest, and I didn't like being at the end of the line. I never knew if he was going to be tired and I would get it easy, or if he was 1,000% more pissed off about whatever he was pissed off about anyway. I get where you're coming from. Heck yeah. Yeah, a lot of us, who's older, I'm telling you, it wasn't a big deal for parents to whoop your ass. That's horrible, AC. I feel for you. I really do. But you know what, AC, you seem to me, just from, you being in my chat and stuff, you seem like you're definitely a survivor. It's hard to live through that stuff, you guys. And it's hard never to forget it. You learn how to live with it and you don't think about it every day. But there could be just one little instance that triggers a memory of back being younger. It happens to me. It happens to me. And you learn how to live with it. Yeah, you never forget it, for sure. You learn how to live with it. Well, a lot of husbands think that way. You're lucky, Tammy. I mean, you're lucky in a way. Took me a long time to talk about it. That's my siblings, but the truth will stand. I'm a survivor, not a victim. Absolutely, AC. I don't talk to any of my siblings. I had 4 siblings. I had a sister that passed away, and I've got 3 older siblings that I haven't talked to in years. In years. A 3-time crime victim survivor, Lily? Kathy, you still get triggers? I know, Liplock. I'm so glad she came over here. Thank you for that. Thank you for sending me a beautiful person. For sure. That is so sad. And look, this is the way I think about it. I don't know how you guys think about it. This is what summer did for us. For me and everybody in chat right now. I don't know who listens, to be honest with you. But this is it right here. This is it. A lot of women, honestly, came forward and started speaking about, their life and what they had to go through because summer. I mean, look, we had Mary and Jeannie almost immediately come on and start telling us what they had to go through. And I think it made a lot of women surrounding Summer's case to actually be able to talk about it with people who didn't try to demean them over their truth. You had to go to the psychiatrist 3 times. You know what you do, Tammy? Get one of them little tape recorders and you just have a conversation with him and then put that tape recorder where he can find it. That way you can talk to him while he's at work. After I turn my brother in for a job, they all won't speak to me nor my dad. It's okay. I have family and can leave my head down at night, sleep, no regrets. You know what? I commend you for that, AC. I really do. I commend you for that. Crafting. I'm a survivor of DV and SA. Scent, sound, words. Yeah. Hey, Brown Girl 72. I relate to so many of you guys and things that you've been through. It's also relatable to me. And I know it is other people definitely in chat too. And you better believe I don't like anybody coming in and attacking anybody in my chat for anything that they're saying. We each have our own individual truths. And who are we to knock any other survivor or victim? He'd hit the pause after 30 seconds. So yeah, it's nice to know when you've got a good support system. And you know, this is the thing about it. I mean, a lot of us show what we look like, others don't, and that's okay because it's it's a lot better when you get to know somebody from their heart. When you get to know somebody where somebody's heart is, it don't matter how old they are or you know what they look like. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It does get very lonely sometimes too. I know, Chloe. It really does. You don't know who to turn to a lot of. I put up with a lot of domestic violence. I was in the army and had to go in to work one day with 2 black eyes. They really didn't help me a whole lot. But then again, I was a soldier. I guess I was just supposed to whoop his ass when he did that to me. But I got strong enough to give him the boot. You better believe it. My 5-foot army boot size right up his ass. And then after that, it just getting stronger mentally and physically just got easier. Because I knew I could do it after that. So I never put up with a lot of shit after that first relationship. You better believe it. But I've also learned over the years that I used to be the type of person that if I had a bill to pay and I couldn't get it paid on time, I would literally freak out. I'm serious. Thank you, Kathy. I would freak out. I was just that type of person. My anxiety level was through the roof. And over the years, I'm like, you know, if I can't pay a bill, what are they going to do to me? But then again, I always pay my bills on time. That's my first priority with anything is making sure my bills are paid. I have taken care of my mental well-being. That's exactly it, Chloe. You got to take care of your own mental well-being and all that stuff. Oh, fried green tomatoes. You crack me up. Took a nap, woke up, my dog took off with my leg. No, but I appreciate each and every one of you guys for sure. For sure. That's hilarious. You got to go, squirrely girl? Well, all right. You just go then. You go right on ahead, girl. And you have a good rest of your Sunday. And stay out of those, try to stay off the internet now. Stay off that internet and you don't go in any channels where Satan's growling at you, okay? You let me know. I just need to start selling sage for everybody. Then you guys can just sage your monitor or your phone while you're on it. Your mother was. That's the sad thing about it, because a lot of us who, this is my opinion. This is just my experience. Growing up in a domestic violence household, it was like every relationship I ever had, it didn't affect me. I mean, it did, because I was getting the crap knocked out of me and stuff, but it didn't faze me to have a relationship with those type of people, I guess is what I'm trying to say. You use a bunch of sage too? Heck yeah, we're sage lovers over here. All right, let me get through this. I'll start jacking. I apologize.
Yeah. But what about the people that are now starting new attacks or wanting people to attack Robin for hiding Summer because she helps in the adoption agency? How long has she been a part of the adoption agency?
I don't think she did this.
Oh.
I'll be honest with you.
Oh, so the entire thing is actually made up.
Right.
Does Seventh-day Adventist even have an adoption agency within itself?
I mean, just like anybody in the world, there's people that adopt kids. And there's people in our church that adopt kids. Just like any church or anywhere. People adopt kids all the time. That's all that
Sorry,
is.
Michelle,
Like
honey.
agency or
Please
anything
come back
like
another
that.
time.
Oh, no. Nothing like that.
So no adoption agency that has like a catalog of children, and they don't do like loans or nothing to adopt children within the Seventh-day Adventist.
Yeah, like all that cynical stuff. I mean, they have a private school, which is awesome. You know, but, I think that's good.
Yes. I apologize, you guys, if I talking about things that happen and things like that. I did get a little off topic there. And so I should have gave y'all a warning, but when I'm just talking about real things in my life, I don't think about it. So I apologize.
But that's, you know, for educational purposes, you know, for schooling. That's, as far as I know, that's...
It wasn't you, AC, it was me.
Other programs for
You don't have to
kids,
be sorry about nothing.
like Pathfinders. That's really awesome.
Yeah, the Pathfinders, yeah. It's kind of like 4-H and brownies.
Right, yeah.
Now, we can't forget with Robin, she actually went on, was doing mission work. And there's actually pictures of her in a different country. It's really weird. She's working with children. For sure. You love toy? You love a toy? You got a toy, Chloe? I'm kind of lost you there, darling.
It's a worldwide organization.
Do you know where Robin and David Dotson were taking Summer before the disappearance? Were they all going to go golfing or?
No, that was never. Summer was talking about wanting to stay at a church member's house with her daughter. We were going to let her do that.
Yeah.
You know, a good friend of ours, her little girl's the same age as Summer, and she wanted to stay the night with her one night. And we were going to let her do that.
Let me tell you a story that I heard. Don't know if it's true or not. It's out there in the YouTubian galaxy somewhere. I will find it if I need to. Where someone spoke about Summer staying all night with a little girl, and that Candace had sent along Benadryl and melatonin and something transpired and Summer ended up going home early. This is just a story I heard. I heard it a long time back. I'll have to find it in my notes. I know you guys get sick of me saying that, but you know, these are things that just come into my head. I can't help it. I cannot help it. So that was set out there somewhere, if I can find it. But allegedly, the woman ended up taking Summer home early. It was kind of weird. It is out there in the universe. I promise you.
We wanted to stay the night with her one night. And we were going to let her do that, stay with her friend one night. But before that could ever happen, she was taken from us. That's the only time we've ever let Summer ever even thought about letting her stay where.
Right, because she was still pretty young, 5 years old.
We didn't trust anybody with our kids, like people say, like we just dump them off or just let anybody watch our kids or anything like that. That would never happen.
Well, Robin.
We didn't trust anybody with our kids. Well, yeah, maybe Robin, you know what I mean? Yeah.
But not David Dotson?
Well, I don't really know David.
Yeah.
I know Robin. We've been involved in that church for a long time. You know.
Do you remember how many years again? I forget how long you've been a part of that church.
Well, we were going up here to the Baptist church for a long time.
Yeah. You didn't really like that church, did you?
Well, no, it's a good church. Good people. Yeah, it's a very good church. You know, but just the Seventh-day Adventist church is something that everybody needs to understand. Everything the Seventh-day Adventist church is teaching, everybody needs to understand it. That church was set up for our day. It's very important for everyone to understand.
All right, I'm going to try to get through the churchy part. You're good, Lucy Cat. You're a popular girl. We know how popular you are. We know, Chloe. And it's okay. It's okay to have strong beliefs. Nothing wrong with that. We all do.
Has any of the church had to do like lie detectors or anything?
No.
Okay. I didn't think so.
No.
So not the closest people, like not Tim Mullen, because I'm trying to think of who would be closest to Summer. Tim Mullen, Robin Lane, David Dotson, and maybe David Rader, the pastor?
No. When all this first happened, you know, of course Robin was trying to be supportive and help us.
Yeah.
We were broken-hearted. We were freaking out. Summer's Saturday school teacher.
I don't think, and this is just my opinion, I don't think that that Robin had actually had seen Summer outside of church that much. It didn't seem like she did. I think they talked about a few times. More than one doc around here has tried to get me to give my granddaughter Benadryl. I've tried the melatonin. Oh, girl. I mean, that's up to you. Some doctors tell people to give their children melatonin if the kids can't sleep. But that's a doctor telling them, not just people giving it to their kids to get them to sleep. So there are doctors who will, you know, have them give it.
Right, yeah, Sabbath school.
That's her Sabbath school teacher. Of course she's going to be concerned, and of course she's going to come out here and console us and try to help us, and that's what Robin did. That's her nature, you know. That's the only reason that she was open and honest, because we was trying to find answers, and she was right there with us.
The weird thing I always thought about Robin was, and it was like she had this air about her, right? when you would see her in videos and stuff. But what really surprised me was the David Dotson hadn't been at that church very long, and him and Robin seemed to get on very well. And then you've got Tim Mullins, who him and Robin seem to get on very well. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
You know, just being a good friend.
Yeah.
You know, that's all that. That's how Robin became involved, because she had a heart and she cared. You know, that's what, you know, that's why she was so involved. And it was so scary. And, you know, like her husband, like, she might bring her little girl over here with her. And, you know, it was.
Her husband, I heard from Robin, didn't really like that. Didn't really know
Well,
it.
yeah, I mean, I didn't. I wouldn't. Yeah, I mean, even I was. Everybody was flipped out for a long time.
Everybody was flipped out. But Dawn, let's talk about it. You, from the get-go, from the gate, were asking women, single women, who had children that may have been having some troubles, who knows, you're the hero, to come up there and feel free to hang out on 110 Ben Hill Road. And I remember you saying, I work all the time, but Candace will be here. Man, you guys, my fucking brain don't stop with this shit. It really don't. I'm like, fucking Jesus, take the wheel. Lord. Lordy. Yes, you did that, Dawn. You did. I'm telling you. And then Candace tells Cam and Allie, they're like, we can't come tomorrow. The kids are out of school. And she's like, bring him. Bring him right on up here. We'll let him play downstairs. They'll be all right. This is one of those fucking really? That was one of those moments.
Did she stop bringing her daughter over there, or she had to kind of bring the daughter there, I suppose?
We just
Keep an extra eye on her.
we kept really close eye, of course, we're paranoid.
Yeah, they kept an eye on Robin's daughter, all right. I have a feeling Robin wasn't telling her husband every time she was coming up there on that hill with their daughter. He didn't like that. He didn't want her in Beach Creek, especially with their daughter. And yeah, Robin helped the family out. She paid for pizza, and David Dotson would drive it all the way to 110 Ben Hill Road. If I remember, he did it more than once. What's up with pizza and 110 Ben Hill Road?
I just wish we could figure out who grabbed my daughter. I wish we could get her back, you know, in good condition and not emotionally hurt or mentally.
Did he just say, I hope we get her back in mint condition? Is that what he just said? You guys heard it. Put a 1 in the chat if you heard him say, we hope we get her back in mint condition. Are you kidding? You're not talking about a fucking vehicle. Oh, God. Oh, thank you, Karen.
That stuff, pray to God all the time about this, of course, and I appreciate you guys and prayers and trying to help us, best we can.
How do you think we can better go about that, like currently?
I wish I knew. I do talk to people in law enforcement and stuff.
Good.
I'm trying to keep everything straight in my mind and be transparent with them.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I will say this. I do believe, Remain Calm believes, when Don left Arkansas and left Candace there, he had a conversation with somebody. And even, he didn't stay off that long, but he stayed off of YouTube. Somebody had convinced him to get his ass off of YouTube. But Don just can't do that, okay? Yeah, I can't believe he said that. Do you think it's just his ignorance? His educational ignorance that he would say that? Oh. Well, I'm putting that on my list of why I don't like Don Wells.
And so, when's the last time you've spoken to Law about your daughter?
I mean, we kind of go back and forth with stuff, but it's stuff that I'm not supposed to. I want to say things.
No, don't say anything.
I'm trying to, not, I don't want to hurt
Right.
the case in any way.
So, are you getting...
That's the smartest thing I've ever heard him say. I better not say anything. I can't say anything. It might hurt the case. Now, I'll just point out, this was Cher, and she was like, no, don't. Do you think, and I'm not calling out, I'm not talking about any specific YouTubers, but do you think if he would have been on another channel, that they wouldn't have tried to entice him into saying what he knew? That's just a question. I don't know. That's just a question. Nothing to,
Being answers privately at all, or...
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
Yeah. When I think of stuff, I bounce it. We communicate like that and trying to figure out anything we possibly can. And
Oh, I'm sorry, Tammy.
I do know.
I'll try to, it's on my phone. I'll try to find it.
They're way ahead of us. Let's just put it that way. They're way ahead of us.
Okay, do you expect any updates in the near future? Do you think?
I wish.
You wish? Yeah. I know Ronnie had said something 2 months ago, but we're still waiting on that.
That's what we're praying for. All it is.
Right.
Thank God, because he's the only one that knows. He's the only one that goes to the answers. There ain't been a psychic yet, finder.
What's with that? Yeah.
Did you hear him say there ain't been a psychic yet that's found her? That's true, Don. That is very true.
When is the last time you've heard from Ronnie Lawson or John Pruitt at all? Or even Leslie Earnhardt or anyone at the TBI? You don't have to say what was said, just a few days ago?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's good news.
It's just,
well, it shows us that they haven't forgotten.
It's more of me asking them questions.
Good. So you're calling them and keeping on their butts.
No.
I don't think, and this is my opinion, people can agree with me or not, Don can ask TBI And the investigator, whoever he wants questions, they're not going to answer your questions, Dawn, depending on the question. Okay? That's just my opinion. I'm not even law enforcement. Remember Fred? Fred, who decided he was going to go in and talk about people? Well, we kind of see where that got him, right? It was like, Mr. Hill, did you harm this man? And Fred was like, I asked him some questions and they wouldn't answer me. They wouldn't answer me. So now I'm sad. So can you put my Cash App up there for me? I want a honey bun. And I need some ramen noodles for lunch tomorrow. I'm being a smartass.
No.
Oh,
It's just mind games, just like what I guess like the YouTubers say. You sit and you think one thing after the other, to the next theory, and it drives you insane. Kind of like that, you know.
oh, the police are doing that too. Well, that's
Of
not
course,
good.
the same thing. Well, no, I'm just saying, you know, you
Right. They kind of.
just go through different theories in your mind all day long.
I don't know, Cursed. I didn't watch all of it. I usually don't. I usually just skip through to what interests me.
24/7.
Would you say you're calling them every day, or you're calling them every couple days, or do they?
Oh no, just if my mind goes down a rabbit hole that I've never thought of before,
Then you'll give
I'm
them a call.
not sure of what, this or that.
Well, Don, you yourself have led us down a rabbit hole. Now you have to understand, Don, some YouTubers, not me personally, but some YouTubers, when they go down a rabbit hole, sometimes they find gold at the end of that rainbow. So they call TBI themselves. And then before you know it, there's 1,000 phone calls in one day to TBI. Each person telling them what they found at the end of their rabbit hole. I'm just saying.
Well, no, I don't talk to them all the time, but
Yeah.
every now and then I hear from them here and there.
Yeah. Do you know when the last time they would have had contact with your mother-in-law, Candace's mom?
I don't know.
Probably a while by now.
I mean, I don't know. She's not a suspect in any way.
How do you know,
Can't
Don?
they come out and clear Grandma?
She's broken-hearted.
Right.
She can be brokenhearted. We're all
I
brokenhearted.
wish they would clear somebody. I wish they would just give us something. But I'm sure you feel the exact same way.
Well, yeah, one thing for sure, if they ever do figure out who took her, everybody will be cleared.
Yeah. Have you happened to do a DNA test recently for that one situation?
Yeah. It's in the computer.
Okay, cool.
It's all on the computer.
How long ago did you have to do that?
Yeah, there's I don't know. I guess I could go ahead and say it, but yeah, there's been no hits. Okay.
Okay.
I think I can say that because it was sent to me. Probably knew like a lab about it anyway.
Okay, so him and Candace gave their DNA. But I think someone had mentioned to me that a felon or anyone who's went to prison. I don't know, but from my understanding, maybe it was just that state. So he never said anything about Candace. And then he said there was no hit. But if they were using his and Candace's DNA, it would have to match up. So maybe that's what he's saying when he says it has to hit. Look, they're going to say that 1,000 times, Curse with Curiosity. That's not the only time you're going to hear that allegedly YouTubers made Don lose his job. Every time he's not working, it's going to be YouTubers' fault. Because then people feel bad for him and they give him money.
Yeah, no hits on that.
Okay.
They did, yes, they did do that.
Good. Well, that's something. That's good though.
Yeah, it shows that they're trying.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and you said you last talked to him a couple days ago. That's good too, because that lets us know they're not just forgetting about her. I think that gives us that.
They're not.
Yeah.
They are. They probably all the crazy theories and stuff that people think of. I mean,
Okay, I'm going to try to go through this just a little bit faster here.
I mean, even if she was there for a couple hours, okay. I mean, there's that video of summer swimming there. And just wasting some time like they always do.
Uh-huh.
Candace was always taking them fishing or all kind of stuff.
Yeah.
She was trying her best to be a good mother.
That's all we can do. Yep.
I mean, you can see by all the pictures and all the places that she took them that she was proud. And
Who are we to say what Candace's best is? I mean, seriously. He says she was trying her best. But we don't know what to her or Dawn her best was. I mean, really. Oh, we missed you too, Chloe.
here's the whole kid.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she wasn't perfect, no. Made mistakes. I mean, yeah.
Oh, you're welcome here anytime, Karen.
But I do know she won't be good. I wouldn't even be with her. I guarantee you.
Right.
I would not. I wouldn't back her up. I wouldn't, if I didn't, but I know she loves her kids. She's a good mother. Family, no, we're not perfect by any means, no, but we were loving, and our kids were always smiling. They might be dirty, but they're happy.
Yeah. Well, they're outside in the country. Kids get dirty. Like, let me tell you. Yeah, Mike. My kids.
Not saying those kids wasn't happy. But you seem to forget, Dawn. You were doing the nasty with someone in your house where your children were allegedly present. We know for a fact he did that. The girl that he did it with actually admitted to doing it, said they only did it once. What the fuck is up with them people around there? They just do the deed one time and then it's like, okay, all right, see you later. It's weird shit. Well, you try it out. If it ain't good enough, you just don't go back for more. Is that what it is? But that's all right, because stuff like that, I'm sure, goes around here too.
My kids are in the woods too, so yeah, they're messy. Even if you put the nicest thing, it's getting ripped and muddy and gross, especially boys, you guys living out in the country, okay? So, yeah.
Right. But we always, told each other we loved each other and hugged each other often. And, but anyways, now since I've been in CPS custody, now all of a sudden they're believing that we don't love them, or they don't want to talk to us on the phone, or whatever. They're being by foster family or whatever, all kinds of crazy stuff.
Yeah.
You guys really believe that? That the boys are getting brainwashed? Maybe you should think about this, Dawn. Maybe the boys are in a stable environment where there's not drinking and cussing and fighting and arguing and people using substances and all that other stuff that allegedly has went on there at 110 Ben Hill. Do you ever think maybe, just maybe, it's the other way around? That you were brainwashing your children to think that the alleged, and I'll say alleged, shit that was going on that hill was a normal situation for those young kids. Inquiring minds want to know, Dawn. I want to know, Dawn.
I don't.
By foster family or whatever, all kinds of crazy stuff.
Yeah.
We can't even, into defense because of the judge. They just got arrested for all this stuff. We haven't been able to call them even on the phone. Talk to them. No communication whatsoever.
Yeah. So you've been.
So, Dawn, I have a question. Exactly when did they stop allowing you to talk to the boys? Was it when you got back? When you got out? Because you let everybody know Candace couldn't talk to the boys because she had a stroke. Isn't that what you said? Allegedly had a stroke. And she had called the boys, and the foster parents were like, young lady, you've been a drinking, ain't you? That's what you said, Dawn. That's why she couldn't talk to the boys anymore. But you never said when it was that you weren't allowed to talk to the boys anymore. Inquiry minds want to know.
Trying to do everything you can to try and get back contact and custody of the boys still.
We're trying.
Yeah.
And I try not to be, real upset with the foster family or anything like that. I try not to say anything bad.
Yeah.
But it's really unfair. It's unfair. Okay, they have more kids, but they're also getting food stamps.
Her stroke was acting up?
Checks.
Is that what she said?
Per kid per month a piece. That's pretty good.
I will say this. Allegedly, when she was doing the very first WJHL interview, you could see kind of the side of her face real lax. And I believe they said she had like Bell's palsy at that time, which it can be caused by stress. That's just what they said.
What Tennessee gives?
I don't know for sure. I've heard different stories.
Hey, Terry.
I don't know how much money they get.
Yeah, right.
Money they get.
So, are you supposed to pay for that money or in some way, or you're done with child support payments, or how does that go?
We pay child support.
Okay, yep.
But it's part of that 3.3 billion trickles down to the foster family and for insurance and for other things. And I am thankful that my boys are being taken care of. I'm thankful for that. I don't, you know, they're being fed. They are being taken care of. And, you know.
But you're not working now, Dawn. Yeah, she didn't get a doctor's note. You got that right, Cat's Eye. People are like, we want receipts. We want receipts, Candace. Lily says, hey, Dawn, you know what is unfair? You and Candace having all these kids throughout your lives that you both have never raised not a single one to adulthood. Your supports are crap. Good deal. I think Candace definitely has something going on with her speech, but she also drinks. Well, she also had her teeth pulled, Tammy. So a lot of times you had to try to figure out if she was drinking a little bit or the way that she was talking was because she had her teeth pulled. You could pretty much tell when she was drinking a lot, for sure. And yes, she has lost all of her children.
You know, I'm thankful for that.
Yeah.
I do wish, you know, we can have communication or be more open or try to work this out as a family. Think this what's happened to our daughter. You know, grieve together, talk about it, whatever.
I have a question. And you can put, okay, this is the question I have. If, and this is a if, they were to get the boys back, do you think that it would be fair to the boys for them to continue to live at 110 Ben Hill Road? You can put a 1 in a chat if you think that's all right, or a 2 if you don't think that's all right. Because I'm sure a lot of people probably have different opinions about that. Don said he didn't know how many kids Candace had. Well, she wasn't with Dawn the first pregnancy, was she? I'd have to go back and look. Thank you, Miss Chloe and Eve. Maybe if the work is done and the house is clean. Well, they've given them a long time to get it together for them boys. And if the boys did want to go back home, I mean, could you imagine how they felt? If I was a kid, I would be like, why is mom and dad not doing what they're supposed to be doing for me and my brothers to go home? I would hope, I don't know about now, but in the beginning that the foster parents were diligent on watching, especially maybe the 2 older ones, keeping an eye on what they were watching online. But I personally don't think that Dawn and Candace really have to even put the question out there, what did we do? What did we do? It was YouTubers. It was some other guy.
Grieve together, talk about it, whatever. Why all this, you know? I don't know, but I appreciate, you know, let me talk about this because there has been a lot of all the YouTubers that come out here first, or the psychics and the crazy people here. It was bad.
Yeah.
It was bad for a long time, really bad. don't know, is Mary still in your chat?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, Mary's in chat.
Well, you know, I think she is really painted a really, really corrupt picture of me.
Oh, here we go.
I think she should tell the truth.
Well, there was another girl who came out on the labs about a week ago. I can't remember her name. I think it was like Rachel or something, and she's saying that you were doing that to her too now.
It was Rhonda.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, there's a now
Unless somebody
another
else came
girl
up.
who is going around on YouTube saying it's not just Mary, but Mary was there with the girl. I guess Mary knows who it is. I don't know, but yeah, Mary's in the chat. But I don't think anything much is happening with that Utah case, anyways, right?
No.
So.
Wow, he's not elaborating on it.
So you feel that
Mary lied like a dog. I didn't know that. And painted me out to be this really super bad guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, Don, you were under substance abuse.
But
well, not substance. Well, he was abusing substances. Let's put it like
so you
that.
kind of wish that she just kept quiet about everything and did not go to you.
I wish she wouldn't lie. That's what I wish. Everything that she said about me was lies.
Mary goes into most chats when Dawn's on there. A lot of them she does.
Well, you've admitted to what you've done.
Well, you know, there were a step family that was brought together as little kids.
Right.
They done what they did.
Or you can look at it like this, Tammy. That should have put a fire under their ass and made them want to more quickly get the boys back and prioritize them. Yep, she has a right to be in chat.
Did what I did. We made mistakes. They made mistakes. I made mistakes. We were little kids.
Mm-hmm. Well, and you guys were little kids.
Hey, my bitch mama there.
You had an upbringing, from my understanding, where you were seeing things as children you shouldn't have been seeing.
Well, yeah, all of us were. And they were doing what they did, too. I mean, you know, there were little kids that did whatever. They were all wrong, too.
We're talking about a dysfunctional family. A big-time dysfunctional family where obviously there was essay going on. Don talked about finding the magazine under his uncle's bed, and I just describe it as this. It wasn't like a normal hustler or a playboy. It was some type of magazine that showed grown men how to harm children. And Don says he's seen that. So this is a whole, the stepfather allegedly had already messed with the girls. And so this is a whole family that had these issues going on.
Whatever, they were all wrong, too.
Yeah, but...
Like they're all innocent. They acted all innocent and stuff like that.
Well, what about Rachel, though? Do you remember Rachel?
I don't know.
It's Rhonda, I think.
Okay, one of Mary's friends as a child, I guess.
Oh, no, that would probably be somebody named Rachel.
And you would sometimes she would sleep in Mary's bed. She said sometimes she would sleep in Mary's bed and you would come in there and mess with her and you would think it was Mary maybe, but it was her.
No.
I think it's lies. I think it's bullshit.
Am I getting this story wrong? Because I thought it was a woman named Rhonda that was in bed with Jeannie, right? Yeah, the entire family. I'm a bitch mama bear.
Bullshit, man. That's what I think.
Yeah, she said she was also 5 when you started doing that to her. So.
I think it's all bullshit.
Yeah. You haven't seen that one then?
What did Cher mess up, Terry? Yeah, I thought so. It was Rhonda lip locked. Well, I'm glad I'm commentating on this. Well, Cat's Eye, I mean, we're not all perfect. We're not all perfect there, darling. Cher always has done pretty good talking to Don, even when he gets pissed.
And it was like about a week ago, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, if it's on the lab.
Yeah,
You know,
the lab.
And if Mary's involved with her so-called friends and their evil agenda, it's all lies. It's all lies. And it's bullshit that she wants to keep going. So
Exactly, lip lock. Exactly. Cher's talked to Don for a long time. For a long time.
Oh, Rhonda.
or whatever.
Oh,
Not Rachel, Rhonda.
she just...
I have no clue.
Don't know who that is.
I have no idea.
Okay. Yeah,
But hell, that's just like, ain't they all said that? I mean, holy crap.
Like
Everybody
7
that's
of them,
around there,
Don.
ain't they all said some shit like that? I mean, holy crap.
yeah,
It was
I
like
think
7,
that
I
might be
think.
true.
7 or 8. Not just them 3.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
And I will say this. He never got in trouble. He never got in trouble for that. And not to throw off the conversation, but when things like that happened with me when I was little, them older boys never got in trouble. Nothing was ever said. But we're talking about back in the 60s. I was born in 63. Things like that, I don't know if they were talked about. I was just a kid. I don't know if the adults talked about it. But the punishments for individuals doing things like that, nope.
I mean,
Hey, Katie
I
Ann.
don't know.
I mean, Mary can keep on, you know, with all her lies all she wants to. I don't know what she's trying to prove or what she's trying to do. But it's bullshit.
Yeah, so you have.
And to be honest with you guys, and I don't know if this is true, but it wouldn't surprise me if Cher didn't let Mary know that Dawn was coming up there tonight. I mean, look what she did when she had Dawn and Dudley up there together. You guys remember that?
I got nothing about this new victim, Rhonda.
Don't even know who she is.
All right. Well, yeah, they would have to mail you something, right? Or call you or something, or I don't know how it works. I don't know.
It's all bullshit. It sounds like Chris McDonough's bullshit and Mary's bullshit games that they keep wanting to play.
Jeannie's friend. Jeannie.
You're fine, Lip Lock. Thank you, honey.
Jeannie's friend Rhonda. Does that ring a bell? Jeannie's friend Rhonda? She would sleep in Jeannie's bed or Mary's bed
Thank you, Vic.
sometimes. And you would think that it was one of your sisters, but really it was Rhonda.
Okay, I don't know.
Everybody's
Yeah.
lying but Dawn. He probably don't even
Yeah, I
remember
don't know
doing it
either.
to the girl.
But that's what she said. I'm not saying that. That's what she said on the Labs channel. It's your cousin, I think. Do you have a cousin, Rhonda, by chance?
Well, I don't know why they're trying to paint this horrific picture of me like I'm some kind of a animal or something, molester or whatever, and keep going with this.
Dawn, the stories that you told us about you and your life kind of made us feel a certain way, okay? I mean, come on, man. That's right, Cursed. He would be better off just admitting he made a mistake. There were three different women when law enforcement went to discuss what he had done to these women. There were 3 different women that law enforcement from Utah talked to him about when he was in jail. They're not going to go from Utah to Hawkins County Jail to talk to somebody that they don't have facts out in front of them with some kind of proof to go and question him on. Yeah, this is Cher, Vic. It's called Wild Horses, Rumors with Don Wells.
Or whatever, and keep going with this bullshit over and over and over. And why they get off on it or whatever. I mean, I don't understand it.
Oh, you know another rumor going around I wanted to ask you. Do you know how many... I can't remember if we talked about it or not, but it keeps going around. Did Candace be pregnant 7 times?
I don't know.
Do you know how many times she's been pregnant by chance?
I don't.
Okay.
Wow. Wow. He doesn't know how many times Candace has been pregnant? Laura said Candace told her she was pregnant. And we kind of looked at that and we were like, well, maybe Candace was just being a smartass. Right? What do you mean warned you? What are you talking about, Tammy? Who did you warn? About what? Do you know if the 4 there was even yours or not then? That's a good question on that bitch, Mama Bear. No, I was getting ready to go there, Lily. That's what I love about my people in chat. It's like you guys we're all connected psychically or something. Because I've talked about that. Not saying that I couldn't tell you how many times Candace was pregnant. 5, 6, 7 that we know of, right? The 2 older ones, no, 8. Wait, the 2 older ones, the ones she gave up for adoption, and then the other 4. I need my calculator. I don't know math that well. 7. If she was pregnant any other time throughout their marriage or being together, it's never been mentioned outside of those times. I would think that Dawn would know if she was pregnant after summer or something. Why you fucking say that about your old lady? You don't know how many times she's been pregnant. Yeah, that's just the ones we know of, but absolutely. Not saying this was the case because I don't know if she was pregnant or not, even though Laura said it. There are women, trigger warning, from, well, it doesn't matter what kind of area they live in or how poor their state is. There are some women who have children for traffickers. How's he going to tell the world she hardly took a bath? I know, I'm a bitch mama bear. He did do that. Told everybody she didn't take a bath. That's why he had to shower with Summer. In my opinion, it's a lot of questions. He's probably afraid of making a mistake about the number of times. That's a good, yeah, that's a good thought there, Miss Justice. Because this is weird with Dawn, and I'm glad you said that, Miss Justice, because it seems like he's really watching how he's answering these questions. He's not going into detail on a lot. He's just, trying to give the shortest possible answer that he can is what I'm seeing here. I don't know if I'm the only one, but yes.
Well, when you hear those rumors, you can maybe she'll answer that. That's kind of more like a question for her anyway,
There's so much ridiculousness and bullshit.
Yeah.
There has been a lot of ridiculousness and bullshit.
And bullshit. And,
Well, because they are.
They're selling this shit. The lab and Chris McDonough is selling all this gross shit.
Trying.
Oh,
with you and your sisters and stuff, you mean?
All that,
yeah.
All that.
That really ticks you off.
Well,
I think we should just ignore it then.
Dawn, these women came forward. They were comfortable with Chris McDonough. They came forward on their own. I can guarantee you Chris McDonough wasn't saying, you got to come on my YouTube channel and you got to talk about this. The only reason he even looked into Mary and Jeannie and them, in my opinion, was number one, they had a story to tell. Number two, the actions of how old they were and your actions kind of went hand in hand with Summer missing. That's just my opinion, though. I don't like bashing at 11, Chris. We would. Yeah, I made a comment about that, Chloe. I was over on the lab, actually. I believe it was when Rhonda was there, and I said, if it wasn't for you ladies and Chris McDonough, we would never have seen what we've seen concerning Summer's case. And I thanked him for that. I was hoping Dawn would say something about her having a tubal pregnancy. Oh, why would he say that, Tammy?
well,
I think we should just ignore it then.
All right, let me go a little bit forward.
Oh, so I understand that's not great, right? Like they're just saying shit to make up shit.
It's like the worst thing that you can call somebody.
Yeah, that's exactly why they throw it around online.
Sort of devious things to little kids is pretty fucked up.
But that if it's not, well, if the victims are lying, then just ignore what they're saying and only focus on Summer's disappearance. That's it. That should make you more mad.
Look, Don made himself look deviant. Nobody else had to do it. I mean, the guy talked about picking up a 14-year-old child who was, trigger warning, prostituting herself, and you wanted to act like a hero. I don't even need to tell the story again. When did she say she had her tube tied? Oh, yeah, she said she had her tubes tied after Summer, yeah. Is that why you said something about a tubal pregnancy? Because she had her tubes tied? Well, they said she didn't, Crafting. Jose did it when he was there. And you know Don's ass worked all the time. He wasn't going to clean the house when he got home.
Than what they're saying if they're lying.
Well, that's the thing. They're taking the focus off of Summer and put
Thank
it on
you,
themselves
Teresa.
all these years, and they're still doing it. You know, we turned to YouTube for help to help find our daughter, not to focus on Mary and Jeannie and all their bullshit.
Let me
Right.
ask you, Don, what made you think YouTube? I mean, of course, people have came together. We have went through almost everything with a fine-tooth comb to try to find out what happened to your daughter. But you say you came to YouTube for that purpose. Who hooked you up with Benny Keys? Was it Cher? Because at the beginning, you were talking to Prayer Garden, Cher, and Benny, and I think maybe one other person. I think you were on the live with Squall Tit, if I'm not mistaken. What made you think that, and I'm going to call them a cast of characters, not because I'm saying anything. What made you become involved with that cast of characters, Don? What? Inquiring minds want to know. All right, we're going to get through this because I'm at 2:28. I'm sorry, y'all. I know that when I commentate on something, it takes me for freaking ever to do it. I apologize. I have too much in my brain. I have too much to say sometimes.
One that's been around Summer, not you. Because I'm trying to think, why would your sisters wait till she was gone? Do you think it's possible that you say Candace chose the wrong friends, but do you think anyone would be around Summer that would do something bad to her sexually? She was...
Well, we wouldn't let her out of our sight.
Right.
She was never out of our sight.
You would have been you, Candace, or Candace's mom around at all times, right?
We never trusted anybody with Summer, never did. And like I said, we was thinking about letting her stay the night with her family, but that never happened.
You didn't let that happen, right?
Well, she didn't get the chance. She disappeared before that. Someone took her before that. No, we didn't trust nobody with our kids.
Right.
We couldn't anybody that we could trust. Of course, we wanted breaks from them. We got 4 kids. We wanted some breaks from them here and there.
That's understandable, absolutely.
Well, who watched them then, Don?
No family here.
So there would be nobody around her that would be able to abuse her without your knowledge, is my question. Probably.
Oh, thank you, Vic.
We would not allow that.
And she would have told you if somebody touched her inappropriately?
Well, we never let her alone with anybody.
Yeah.
crafting. I don't know what he did with them panties after he took them. Now it's in my head. I'm just messing with you. I'm just messing with you. But now he's going to sound like a helicopter dad and make Candace sound like a helicopter mom. Exactly, lip lock. She says, that's a lie, Dawn. You let Summer out your sight every single time you told her brothers, watch your sister. Where's your sister? So just this so happened on the only day she ever walked back to the house and went in, and her brothers was there, and her mom and grandma. What the fuck, Dawn? Where's Summer? Who has her, and what happened to her? I wish he would answer that. Coco said he'd be wearing them. All right, share's almost done here, y'all.
Yeah.
And Candace took her arms up to her for a few minutes.
Well, let's say even if, I don't know, someone got handsy maybe at the church while you guys were at church service, would Summer be the type of girl that would tell you that somebody did something to her?
Okay. Of course.
Yeah.
Oh, she will.
You think so,
She's
Dawn?
only 5 years old.
Right.
She's only 5 years old, and when we went.
She's only 5 years old. So this is just my thought process on Summer would tell if somebody was touching her inappropriately. This is my thought process, okay? If Summer didn't know that someone touching her inappropriately was wrong, she probably wouldn't say anything, in my opinion. Right? That's where my mind goes, y'all. I'm sorry. It just goes there sometimes. If she would think with another adult touching her inappropriately was okay, due to the fact that when other adults touch her, it was okay. Now, that's just my thought process. That's just my opinion, okay? So nobody needs to go say, remain calm, said, da da da. My thought process. BK was introduced to DW by Cher. Anytime I ever went in there to ask a question or show support to Mary and Jeannie, I get cussed and kicked, so I have zero respect for her. Well, I'm sorry you went through that, crafting. It's okay. She threw me out one time too, but we're okay now. Oh, some creators do that. If they're talking about, if they have, you know, when you come onto your live stream, you have an idea of what you're going to be talking about. Sometimes creators don't like for you to get out of the topic of conversation. You know, some of them are like that.
She's only 5 years old, and when we went to church, she hung around the other kids pretty much, and there might be an adult woman or something with them or other trusted individuals. But mostly she's with the girls her age.
Yeah. Did you trust your other children around her? Yeah.
We trusted them.
They would watch or something.
Yeah, AC. And one thing that always stood out with me that Dawn talked about was taking Summer to the store by herself and buying her toys and things like that. That always stuck out in my mind the minute that he said it.
Yeah.
Well, of course, I got real close to her. They were like, you know, all them kids
Brothers and sisters.
hung out together. Exactly.
Yeah.
I trusted them.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just don't let anybody watch your children, you know.
And for the people in the chat that are upset with tonight's discussion, I don't ever edit Don. Don gets to talk how he wants to talk without me telling him what he should say or editing him for my own narrative. I let him talk. If it's too much for you, just click off. I apologize. But yeah, I don't do that to Don. Don's allowed to be free to say whatever he wants, always with me. I don't edit him so that I can make him fit my narrative for my channel. That's not how it works over here. Yes, he's admitted that, yes, you took showers with Summer, but yeah, when she was a baby.
Well, okay, well, I can't just stick a baby in the shower by herself and get burnt or something like that. What are you supposed to do if you got a small child that needs a bath?
Well, I bathed with my children too, but after.
Now it seems like Don's backpedaling a little bit on the showering with Summer. It's sounding to me like he's making it out that, yes, he bathed with Summer, took showers with her, but he did it when she was an infant. I don't get it. I'm looking at the chat. It doesn't make any sense, Dot. Yep. It is convenient for him now all of a sudden, isn't it? Sure is. All right, this is almost done, y'all. Sorry, I'm at 2:38, and I apologize. You guys do know that when I comment on something, my brain just won't stop. It's like, there. Hey, innocent. Dogs didn't do anything because they knew the damn people. That's what you would think. Because if them dogs would have went off, the adults would have heard them and the kids would have heard them. I'm pretty sure of that.
Well, I bathed with my children too, but after they were done breastfeeding, I stopped bathing with them, which is about 1 year old in my, or you know.
I mean, I've let Summer. I mean, I can't just. I mean, I've stuck them in the shower. I mean, goddamn, I don't know why people are making such a big deal of this shit.
I don't know, because it gets said, and then, you know, now there's new people picking up on the case, so now they're asking questions, and, you know, the vicious circle done.
Yeah.
Well, from what I hear, Anastasia, the kitchen sink was full of dishes all the time.
Before they went to bed, that they were nice and clean, and so they could be in clean sheets and sleep comfortably and have a full belly. Because I love my kids.
Really, Dawn? We seen the freaking mattress, Dawn. I didn't see no clean sheets on that bed. Are you kidding? Oh, poor Lucy Cat. I'm going to finish this and then I'll drop the link and whoever wants to come up can come up.
Things any different than that, man.
Come up and give me your opinions for sure.
Thanks to my stepson, stepsisters and their bullshit. That's where all this shit stems from. It pisses me off.
Oh, did they say that? I don't even remember how that came about, but I remember it was
I
said.
don't know where. Well, all the sexual deviant bullshit comes from my stepsister's bullshit.
No, it don't, Dawn.
They said you showered with Summer?
Oh, I don't know.
Jody
Oh,
Sue
I don't
said you
remember either.
showered with
Me
Summer.
neither. I don't know.
If I'm in the shower, you know, and my kids, I can't handle the handles and shit real good or whatever. I'll be like, man, you want to jump in here real quick and get clean, you know?
Yeah.
It could be one of my boys or Summer. I mean, hell, they're my kids. I want them to.
Not your boys. They were too old. You mean when they were little?
Yeah, when they were little.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. I'm not just going to let them in there and burn themselves or whatever.
Yeah.
And there's times I'll stick them in there and rinse them off when I wouldn't be in there, but I would rinse them off or whatever because I got soda and candy and crap all in their freaking hair or whatever. Fucking ain't.
Yeah.
Hey, motherfuckers, ain't
Yeah.
you have no fucking kids out there or what? Holy shit. Shit's burning me the fuck up. Fucking people are fucking nasty-minded, I'll say that.
Really, Dawn?
You know how people are. Well,
Jeez, what the fuck's going on?
Thanks to all the Karens out there with the super suspicious minds and the sexually deviant bullshit that comes from my stepsisters and fucking Chris McDonough's pathetic mind and all that shit. Thanks to all them freaking assholes.
Oh, Dawn.
Shit and shove it straight up their ass.
My goodness.
Especially my fucking stepsister Mary, lying bitch.
we don't need to go back there again. There's
She's a lying bitch. Fuck her, a big time fucking Karen.
just.
Oh, that shit is what it is.
All right. Well,
It is what it is.
you're upset about it again.
Yeah, I am upset.
Go back to Summer. What was Summer's favorite food to eat? Summer's favorite dinner.
Well, because they insinuate that I was sexually deviant with my fucking daughter. That's
Done.
just wrong.
Done. What was Summer's favorite meal to eat for dinner?
You don't know, do you, Dawn?
Whatever I cooked.
Whatever I
Like,
cooked.
Whatever. She liked to eat a lot of foods like I would eat.
What was her favorite thing you would cook for her? She probably had a different favorite from you and different favorite from Mom, right? What was her favorite that you would cook her?
Mashed potatoes and corn and vegetables. Just everything. Everything.
That sounds delicious.
Hang on.
I'm hungry.
Oh, no.
Oh.
No, I'm always working.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah. I know that's right. I know that's true.
Well, it's time to go hunting and do whatever.
All right.
Crazy stuff people come up with. I don't know.
Goodbye, Dawn Wells. You are such a fucking bullshitter. That's done. That is over. I couldn't listen no more. Hey, Annabella, honey. Honey, well. Cher's gonna let him talk. Unfortunately, with Mary being in the chat, I mean, she says what was Summer's favorite food, and he's still going on about Mary and Jeannie. I mean, seriously. Well, especially that interview told us Don didn't know shit about his family at all. Didn't know crap about his family. I mean, seriously. All right, I'm going to drop the link. I got plenty of room for people. Anybody can come up that wants to. Tell me how you feel. Tell me how you feel. Don didn't know a lot of things a father should know. Yeah, he definitely, him and Candace, either one knew her birthday. But then again, they were drunk when they got asked, so you never flipping know at all. I mean, this stuff, it's craziness. Flipping craziness. Well, Vic, you don't have, you can turn your camera off after you come up. We don't have to see your PJs. Breeders would explain the lack of caring. Exactly, Dot. I know exactly what you're saying. These women who, trigger warning, they get pregnant. They get pregnant, and as the whole time they're pregnant, the traffickers are paying for everything, and then they
Hey,
give them like 50,000, like up to $50,000 sometimes. I guess it just depends, but yeah, these women make big bucks off of getting pregnant for traffickers.
that's crazy.
It is. That's what I tell people all the time. You know, women sell their children to pay a freaking bill. Women sell their children to pay for their drug debts. And I think, I think especially with Summer's case, you know, people who did research all those places and stuff, um, you know, when you're researching like trafficking and then you are, you know, researching different things, SA and DV and different things like that. When you look at Summer's case, you can go in any flipping direction, any direction on it.
Hey,
What's
Terry.
Hey, how is everybody?
We're good. How are you?
Doing good.
I'm good.
Good as can be.
Are you doing better?
No. My blood pressure is just still really, really high. Uh, just I thought about it. It's weird because I'm like, I'm gonna call my doctor first thing tomorrow morning, and then I thought, wait a minute, tomorrow's a holiday. They probably aren't even open.
Oh,
Oh,
So
it's tomorrow a holiday?
yeah, it's Labor Day,
Oh. Look at how
right?
much I pay attention to holidays.
Yeah, girl, it's Labor Day weekend.
hi, Chloe.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about this this Don and Candace bullshit, man. I just don't it just infuriates me to know that parents don't know their child's birthday. They don't know what their favorite thing to eat was. My son's 24 years old and I can tell you what he ate when he was a year old and what he
Yeah.
liked and what he didn't like and what his favorite was, what his favorite stuffed animal was, what his favorite TV show was. And still to this day, I know all that stuff. I can't grasp my mind around parents that don't know that stuff. It's sad.
Oh, I know when I lived in Germany, we only had the German television. So my dad used to send my daughter videotapes of Fraggle Rock. Do you remember Fraggle Rock?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
I love Fraggle Rock.
Oh,
And
yes, I loved it.
and there was also a little cartoon out called the Garbage Pail Kids.
Oh yeah.
Do you remember the Garbage Pail Kids?
Yes, I had the cards.
Yeah, definitely. And the one of them would have snot running out of his nose, and
Yeah.
oh
Uh,
man, yeah,
Yeah.
that was so cute.
Yeah, they had
I've
very
actually never heard of
cartoon.
that show.
Yeah, it's called the Garbage Pail Kids.
I'll
It's
have to
kind of
look it up.
a play on the Cabbage Patch Kids.
Yeah, yeah. One had a really snotty nose, and another one would walk around with his diaper hanging half on his butt, and
Yeah.
it was so
Oh,
cool. I need to find that. I haven't even tried to find that for years. I don't know if I could even find it.
I know you can still buy the trading cards, but you have to go to um oh, what's that auction site? It's real popular. Dang it. My mind is I can't remember anything, you guys.
What was the song for Popeye the Sailor Man? Was Popeye the Sailor Man? I live in a garbage can, spit out the germs and eat all the worms.
All
I'm Popeye
worms.
the Sailor Man.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, I forgot about that song. You're
Yeah.
right. Spit out the worms. Or eat all the worms, spit out the germs.
That's like
Yeah.
that's like McDonald's, because we used to say McDonald's is your kind of place. They serve you rattlesnakes. They throw them in your face. They'll take your parking space.
Never heard that.
I've never heard that either.
That's funny.
That's funny.
I'll never forget. There's a McDonald's here in the town I live in, and this woman went through the drive-through, and when she opened her kid's Happy Meal box, there was a bag of weed in it.
Oh.
So the guy was dealing weed out of the drive-through, and he put the weed in the wrong Happy Meal kid box.
Oh, that's funny.
Yep. Mama got her some weed.
Needless to say, the person didn't get their weed, and he lost a job and probably got arrested.
Yeah, that's what I said. I'm like, poor
Now,
guy.
see, the point of this was all because we know what our kids watched and what even we watched as children.
That's right.
Right. Yep, and the only thing that they ever talked about was Summer and Frozen, and they talked about her liking the song by New Breed. So we kind of...
And she liked to twirl.
I know. I'm sorry, Lisa Kay, because I don't sing very well, but I'm one of those type of people. When I go to... it's because I played this game with my granddaughters. We would literally only be able to talk to each other by singing what we were wanting to say.
Yeah.
And we did that for years.
That's cute.
Yeah. So now, anytime I'm talking or something, I think of a song or something, it just pops in my head.
And you sing her a song like,
Yeah.
do you want some breakfast?
Yeah.
I'll make you scrambled eggs.
No, you're not going to watch that. I'm going to give you a spanking.
See, and you know, it sucks. Don and Candace don't have those memories.
Lip lock. Do you remember, what the heck are they called? I have one, but they were like little, they're called 8-pagers. Do you remember 8-pagers, Lip lock? You would be the one that might remember 8-pagers.
I don't remember those.
And I actually have, they're like the first, they're like cartoon pornos. And they're only 8 pages.
I never heard of that.
They're really, 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 really old. And I just happen to have one of those. Lip lock remembers. Whoop whoop. I knew she would. I'll have to find it and I'll show you guys sometime. Because they are really, really, especially Popeye Lip Lock. But yeah, I have one. They're really cool.
What about
Forgot about Pippi Longstockings.
Oh yeah, Pippi.
You know what, Terry? That's funny you said that. I was Pippi Longstocking for Halloween when I was 8 years old. Yeah, my mom.
AC put that in chat. That's what reminded me.
Oh, okay. My mom put coat wire hanger. She cut them and she put them in my hair to make the braids stand out. Yeah, I remember that. That was a good time.
Yeah,
I grew up with just ABC, and black and white TV because out west we never got commercial TV. And my favourite as a child, and all my friends used to watch it, was Monkey Magic.
Monkey.
Never heard
Wasn't a
of that.
cartoon, but yeah,
I
he
remember
had the Buddha.
Captain Kangaroo, Coco.
Oh, Captain Kangaroo.
He always reminded me of a pervert.
Who, Captain Kangaroo?
Yes.
What about It's a Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood?
Mr.
Beautiful
Rogers.
day in the neighborhood. Would you be mine? Won't you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? That guy was kind of weird.
I don't
I
remember that. I
never-
just remember It's a Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood from Sesame Street.
No, it's what was his name? Oh my gosh, it's on the tip of my tongue. Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood.
Coco said he was, I think. You're probably right.
Yeah, Captain Kangaroo was pretty weird.
Did you know Mr. Rogers was I heard that he was a spy for the government, or he was back before he was Mr. Rogers, or when he first started. I don't know. That might have just been a rumor that he was some kind of government spy.
Lisa's going way back. She was like Miss Sherry and Lamb Chop. I remember Miss Sherry and Lamb Chop. That's way back. That's way back in the day.
Wow.
Yeah, I remember growing up, there was, it was a show, it had a vampire. What was that called?
I don't know.
Dark, I can't remember the name, dang it.
Uh-huh.
But it
What,
had,
are you talking about Sammy Terry?
no, I remember Cemetery. I met him once.
Girl, we used to live next door to him.
Ooh, you live next door to Sammy Terry?
To Sammy Terry. Yeah, him and his wife used to play cards with my mom and dad all the time. They'd get drunk and play cards.
We're talking about this guy, and he did like a midnight show in Indiana. I don't know where else it played, and he would come out of his casket and he, oh, Cemetery.
And his spider was named
Oh,
George.
yeah. His spider was his friend, and it was really cool.
Yeah, it's Sammy Terry. Yeah, he had a really mean dog, and he used to keep it on a chain in his yard. I would go over there because I'm the middle child, so I was always the one that got in trouble, of course. But I would go over and I would sit just outside of the reach of his chain, and I would taunt that dog. Well, I got a little too close one day, and he bit me in the nose and really messed up my nose. It was bleeding and everything. And I remember I went home crying because I wanted my mom and dad to go get that dog in trouble. And I remember that Sammy Terry coming over and saying, well, if your dumbass wouldn't have been sitting so close to the dog, he wouldn't have bit you.
Yeah, that's the name of it, Lisa. Dark Shadows. It was really weird because it was like a soap opera, but it was about like a vampire named what was it? You said it, Barnabas Collins. Actually, Johnny Depp just did a movie. He did a movie, and he played Barnabas Collins.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, The Birds, that movie flipped me out. I mean,
my gosh, Coco, Soap. Oh, yes. With, remember Billy Crystal was on Soap?
Oh,
Yeah.
Soap, yeah.
Mm.
Those were the good old days.
And Jessica, it was one of the ladies was named Jessica, or that was her real name. I don't remember, but yeah, I remember watching Soap.
Oh, yeah, we used to, Carol Burnett, all those different shows, watch them all the time.
Even nursery rhymes. Here's one I always stuck in my head because my kids used to make me repeat it. 2 legs sat upon 3 legs, with 1 leg upon his lap. Along came 4 legs, snatched up 1 leg, up jumped 2 legs, chased after 4 legs to bring 1 leg back. It was a
I
little
How do you
girl,
remember that?
I couldn't repeat that.
It was a little boy. He sat on a stool with a roast lamb on his lap. Along came the dog, snatched up the lamb. The little boy chased him and brought his roast lamb back. I don't know. My kids made me repeat it so many times. It literally
Hey.
stuck in my head.
You know what stuck in my head when my son was little? The freaking Blues Clues song.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, Paige.
Yeah.
Paige was
the
a big Blues Clues.
And
Yeah.
Bob the Builder. Can we fix it?
Fix
Yes,
it.
we
We
can.
can. Well,
Yeah.
ladies, I just jumped up to say hello to everybody. I have to run. I've got an appointment. I'm getting all my hair chopped off today.
Yay.
You are?
All of it, yeah. Really, really short.
Are you doing it because it's hot?
Hot, and I can't literally take care of it
Right.
properly. So, yeah, it's just better when it's short for me to be able to deal with it.
You're probably like me. Do you put it back in a ponytail all the time?
I can't because it hurts me.
Yeah.
Girl,
So I've got to have it down, and yeah.
I wear my hair down sometimes, but most times it's up on top of my head.
Yeah, I couldn't do that. It would just kill me. And Craig normally comes in and washes my hair because it's gotten too long, and it hurts me to wash it.
Aw.
So it's just time to get it all chopped off short again. And summer's here now, so
So when do you actually go in the hospital?
the 11th I go in.
Oh.
But Craig come home the other day because someone recommended someplace, and I've got to go in for this healing, touchy looking thing, therapy. I don't know. Just someone else to poke and prod at me and hurt me a little bit more. But he wants to give it a go, so I'll go along with it.
Hey, it might help. You never know, Terry.
Yeah, you get tired of people poking and prodding at you, though.
I know.
You feel like a bit of a lab rat because no one knows anything about functional neurology disorder, and it just
Well, you
'cause it's
kind of,
so new.
if you're like me, there's times I went into the doctor, I felt like somebody was just herding cattle.
Yeah.
You know, you're out, you're in, you're out, you're in. Especially when I would go and get my back injections. You know, it was everybody in there that day was getting a back injection. So you did, you felt like, you know, you were just in line with a herd of cattle and they were just throwing you.
Well, I had the
through
same
chute.
doctor for 15 years. How rude. He decided to retire.
Oh, that happened to me.
Then I got really sick, and it took me nearly 2 years to find a doctor because everyone tried to treat me for Parkinson's disease.
Right.
And put me on the medication for Parkinson's, which made
Wow.
me really ill because I didn't have the chemical imbalance.
Right.
Craig and Paige were lifting me off the bathroom floor. I was that ill.
Oh my
And
gosh.
even after the neurologists all came up with the diagnosis, my GP that I had at the time still tried to give me the Parkinson's medication.
Oh, geez.
Dang.
So then we had to find another doctor. And
That's
finally we have
crazy.
found one now. But yeah, it's taken nearly 2 years.
You have a doctor you like now?
Yeah, she's really good.
Good.
But she's way over the other end of town, so
that's how I
all
feel.
good.
I'm so glad that, excuse me, that came out. I'm so glad that I found a good doctor finally. It really makes a big difference when you find somebody that you can go in and feel comfortable with.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, it is.
And you feel like you know that they know, what they're talking about is real and right, and
And
it's geared towards
you can
you.
tell when they're listening.
Yes.
Mm,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, I wish you luck, sweetheart.
No
I wish you luck.
doubt, Terry. We're definitely going to be thinking about you.
Well, tomorrow I've got the whole day of nothing. I'll just be staying home tomorrow, and then Wednesday the appointment for whatever this therapy thing is.
Right.
I think that's it then until the Monday. I just want to get my hair cut because when I'm in hospital, it'll be easier for me.
Definitely.
But I'll be taking everything with me so I can hop on
Oh, good.
while I'm in hospital.
Yeah,
So
definitely pop in for sure.
I'll be around.
You'll be very bored, so you will need us, I'm sure.
I will be 5 days in hospital. That just sounds ridiculous, but yeah. Last time it was 7 for the pain stimulator.
Wow.
The thing that I think you've got it, Lucy.
You know, and they did that. They did mine on an outpatient thing. It took about 2.5 hours. I was done and back home.
Oh, mine was a trial. They wanted to see if it would work first before permanently implanting it.
Oh, so they kept you in the hospital the whole time you had your trial?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Now, see, they didn't do that to me. I had the trial one at first, but they just wrapped it up. They wrapped the battery up because they didn't want to implant the battery yet.
Yeah, no, and I wasn't allowed to shower for that whole 7 days. It was so disgusting.
I know, neither was I. Neither was I.
And Craig picked me up from the hospital the day they took it out. I came home and had a major fall in the bathroom, smashed all the glass, and I was like, great.
Wow.
Oh, no.
Fantastic.
Dang, girl.
Oh, no.
But Craig just thinks that I'm crazy because I laugh it all off because it's the best you can do.
That's all you can do sometimes is laugh about it. If not, you're going to cry.
The only time I don't is when I choke because that scares me.
Yeah.
And I was hoping when they did the
that does
gastro
look
thing the
scary.
other day, when they did the gastro thing, I was hoping they would find like ulcers or something that was curable for that. But no, it's just a part of the disorder. So it's just something I'm going to have to learn to live with.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you'll have
And
to
just
be really
vigilant.
careful.
Yeah, it just comes out. I can be asleep and I just start choking in my sleep because while I'm asleep, my saliva must go down the wrong way and everything relaxes and I wake up choking and it's just, yeah,
Gee.
out of this world.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I
am
These
so
things
sorry.
are sent to test our strength.
I think so.
And I
Well,
believe
you
I
have
have
to
the
be
strength.
very careful.
Yeah, no, I do have to be careful. And thank you everyone for your prayers and love. I do appreciate it.
I know our
course.
people, the people that come in this chat, they're such a blessing. It's so nice for somebody like
Everybody's so kind.
I know yesterday, like you guys made me feel so good. I was about ready to cry until
Oh, because I hadn't been on. I panicked. I was like, what's wrong with Lucy?
Yeah, I was kind of scared. Still
Well,
am
I tell
scared.
people this is I think well, I love Flip Flop's chat too, but I have the best chat I think on YouTube actually.
I think you do too.
I literally, because of the opioids, have been in and out of consciousness, catching sleep where I can.
Mm-hmm.
And I found lately that the other chats are really starting to mess with me and my zing, my wusa.
Yeah.
Right.
So I've actually deleted I've unsubscribed to all their channels.
Mm-hmm.
So Chloe and everybody, I'm not there anymore over on the other channels because I just can't handle it anymore.
No.
Yeah.
This is literally the only chat. This chat is so pleasant. No one's arguing. Everyone is respectful of each other's opinions,
Yep.
which it should be. There's no yelling and screaming and oh, and summer's mine, and I did this and I did that for summer, and I am so, oh,
Yes.
really?
I am so tired of hearing
Yeah,
about
it
how
gets
much other people
ridiculous.
have done. I did
What?
this, I did
Yeah.
that. Me, I.
It's like that song, Toby Keith. I want to talk about me, want to talk about I, want to talk about number one on my mind.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you're right. You're right.
Well, I think it's really sad that they do that and put Summer's name in the title. I just don't agree with that at
Oh,
all.
Mm.
the
You know, if
yelling, the
you,
screaming.
well, let me tell you what my opinion is on that crap. There's two people that these people are actually fighting over, and believe me, it ain't Summer. It's Dawn and
No,
Candace.
that's right.
It's Dawn and
100%.
Candace.
And they just aren't worth it. They
I
ain't
just
worth
got
a
to
grain of
where
salt.
Mm-mm.
I mean, it's like every time I can play him on, you know, 2 or 3 of his newest interviews and basically almost debunk everything he's saying.
Right.
You
It's like,
can these
Don,
days.
if you're going to keep repeating stuff and answering questions, do what Remain Calm does. Get a pen and get a pad of paper and you write it down. So that way, when you're asked a second and a third time, the story doesn't change.
Exactly.
They would lose the piece of paper.
Yeah.
They'd probably end up having to use it as toilet paper like back in the day. Lord, the way they beg for money. I'm surprised they can afford anything.
Yeah.
I just can't
Oh,
believe now Dawn's not working. And because look, Dawn hadn't been on Daisy's for a while, right? Mostly just Candace.
I thought that I may be wrong, but I thought that Daisy wouldn't have Dawn up on panel.
Well, I
because of
don't
what he
know.
did. That's what I thought too.
Yeah.
Daisy
But,
literally said she wouldn't have him back because of Candace's bruised face.
That's what I
well,
thought.
he
Yep.
was just back on there and she was telling him she was going to put the cash app up for him. So,
Oh,
And that
that's
yep,
she
why.
did.
he's not, because he's not working.
Yeah, the Cash App ran. I seen in. I wasn't watching Daisy or Prairie Garden. Must have been while Josh was giving an update on Otis. Someone must have said something in that chat
Oh,
because his puppy's been really sick.
Innocent put Candace's cash app up. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Well,
I know
Innocent.
that Daisy asked him at one point, would it be all right if she put their cash app up there? Hey, Innocent, you can probably answer this. Is Dawn sick? Is Dawn ill? Hey, Janice.
Hi, Janice.
She insisted on that cash app. I was there. Don said he didn't want to ask for money, and Daisy did it anyway. That's what I thought. But that's the only question I have. Is Don ill? Is Don sick? Is he not feeling well? Innocent, can you answer that?
He's depressed.
He's depressed. I could tell by the way he was talking to Cher. Says he can't find enough jobs right now.
I imagine that is depressing for him since that's all he's done his entire life is work. I mean,
Well, and I'll say this,
that's the one thing he's been consistent with is working.
I mean, I'll say the elephant in the room right now is that I hadn't seen him on Daisy for a while. Then all of a sudden he's on there last night, and what transpires from that?
Right.
But Janice, happy 7th birthday to your grandson.
Oh, for sure.
7 is a great year.
I'm going to jump down, girls, because I really got to get dressed and it takes me a little bit.
Okay,
Hey, Terry.
Terry.
I got to put the puppies in a bra, and you know how that goes.
We'll be safe.
Yeah, keep us posted. Keep us posted
I
for sure.
will. Love to all.
Love ya. Bye.
Hey.
Innocent said he didn't ask for money. We put the cash up. He doesn't have one.
No,
So
I know Don doesn't have one. I heard him say he didn't have one. Candace has got one, but Don doesn't have one, he said. And, you know, I'll say this to make Innocent happy. You'll be so proud. There are times when I've heard Don tell Candace, you don't need to do that. I'm working. You don't need to do that. I have heard that said before. Okay. Okay.
yeah.
I mean, oh, you use Candace's? Well, they're just going to have to, I mean, these are two people who are possibly talking about getting their boys back. Yes, I know that we say ixnay on that. You know, we don't think that's going to happen.
Mm-mm.
But,
go ahead.
But what's going to happen if they get the kids back and then all of a sudden Dawn can't work? Candace has never worked. So are they going to keep continuing to be on YouTube to pay to pick up the pieces for them? I mean, I guess that's a question there.
That is a question. Innocent, can I ask you a question? I mean, I totally get that. I have real sympathy, and I know everybody needs to eat, but I mean, like, are you afraid that they're just using that money to get more drugs and alcohol? Because that's what I'd be afraid of.
Are you kidding me?
Don't tell me it's
Freaking
Lisa.
yeah.
Oh my goodness.
That got declined. She was just in chat earlier. Girl, if you can't figure out I'm still live, I feel bad for you.
Okay, Innocent. I was just asking because, see, I would be really leery of only because of what they showed us with, with doing drugs and drinking and stuff. I would be real leery of helping them out with money, because I'd be afraid that that's what they'd use it on.
Well, let me give you a good example. Dawn talked about 5 very religious women getting together and donating $5,000 to them for the house because they didn't have any money. So people were giving their money for them to fix that house. Soon after that, allegedly, law enforcement accuses him of selling Summer for drugs. So he goes on that little $2,000 bullshit crack run that we've all heard about. And I would just like to ask them women, how do they feel about that? How do they feel about giving $5,000 of their money and without any regard, Dawn goes and spends $2,000 on crack?
Mm-hmm. And I agree with what AC just said too. What bothers me is Don wouldn't accept government help. He said so himself. Those kids needed more than frozen dollar pizzas, but they will accept cash apps so they can eat.
Now, let me ask you this though, because we all know that Don didn't want to get food stamps or anything like that. Why is that?
Yeah.
Why is that? I'm surprised him and Candace even got married, to be honest with you. And I think the only reason they did that is, and I'm trying to remember this correctly, that it was stated they had to get married to be able to get the property at 110. And
Mhm.
I could find that because Clyda Trent said that.
Mhm.
It's
Innocent,
somewhere
you're
out there.
right. They might have to look into government help. I mean, they not might have to. They're going to have to, in order to get through until he can find stable employment. They're gonna have. They're gonna have to go apply for food stamps because cash apps can't last forever.
There you go, Lisa. Lisa said that was in Karen's will.
And that's true, Innocent honey. We all needed help sometime in our life. You are absolutely right. And I don't mind helping. I don't mind helping anybody. I just um I'm just leery of giving somebody help after they've shown what they do with their money.
Well, it's just how much is going to be enough eventually.
True.
What's up, Lisa?
Hey, thanks.
What's
Hey,
going
Lisa.
on?
I just wanted to. Hi, Lucy Cat. I think you're great for with Remain Calm. You two are a great pair.
Oh, thank you.
You really complement each other.
Oh.
I just wanted to say I know two people that helped them redo that house at the beginning, the very beginning.
Uh-huh.
Right,
I know the woman that bought the iron staircase railing,
right.
and she also bought new wood flooring for the house. However, yeah, they did. Those women did all fall away, and that woman still has the flooring in her garage. She didn't give it to
Really?
them. Yes.
Well, I
And
think that they were just taking advantage of people that were coming to help and spending their own money and things like that. I could
oh,
never understand because they were supposed to be everybody else was trying so hard to get what they needed to get the boys back, and neither one of them could step up to the plate.
yes. Well, yeah, I was in a group where people were actually donating like mixers and kitchen appliances. They also set up like a whole themed bedroom for summer when she came back. I can't remember. It wasn't Frozen, but it was some, Disney or some cartoon character. They
Right.
donated all the sheets and I mean everything that went with that to furnish the bedroom. I mean, it was just amazing the amount of money and goods that were donated.
Mm-hmm.
Well, people
And
were
then,
even taking off work and things to go up
oh
there
yes,
and work on that.
absolutely. The woman that bought the flooring and the railing, that's her job. One of her jobs is rehabbing like rentals and things. And yep, she
Right.
did. She went from another state over there to help do that quite often.
He just said some wood would be great.
Well,
Wood
he's
for burning.
yeah, what he did was because people had donated all this food and things, so they pretty much quit asking for the food and whatever else and said that he needed wood for the winter. So people donated wood for the winter.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
it's not like people out of the kindness of their heart haven't basically handed them everything that they need to bring the kids back into a stable environment, and neither one of them give a shit.
Yeah.
I wonder how much stuff they actually sent back to try to get a refund off of it.
I don't know. When they refinished the upper floor, boy, it looked nice. But then, they were gone. They had to have that huge bonfire when Don got out of jail and burned
Right.
everything because it was all trash.
Wow.
That's
What do
probably
you
why
know.
the couch got burnt.
what do you think about do you think that if Candace would have stayed away from Dawn, that the probability of her already possibly getting the boys back would have taken place?
Well, I can't prove this, But I think it's the other way around. Someone was there when Candace was told that they had pretty much cleared Don, but she needed to get her story straight. So,
Wow. Well, that is true. She does need to get her story straight.
yeah.
Innocent,
And
that's good that you can do that. That's very hard for me to see past, and I think it's hard for a lot of people to see past, the BS. Um, the old saying, "Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me." I think that applies to Don and Candace.
Well, the sad thing about it is, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful to anybody about their age, but I haven't looked, but I'm sure that my subs and stuff are in a specific age group.
Mm-hmm.
And these are people who are very, very kind hearted and have been through trauma somewhere in their life and have a large amount of empathy and sympathy.
Mm-hmm.
And so, not necessarily for Dawn and Candace, but for the kids. So, a
yes,
lot of people were giving with the kids in mind, not per
yes,
se Dawn and Candace.
I agree.
And they
Yeah.
gave for sure.
Well, and still, like that creator, I'm not going to mention name, but needed money for an electric bill. And I saw people, not wanting to send money for her, but for her daughter. They're worried about her daughter. So
Right.
I
Right.
agree. It's the children who always suffer from their parents' bad choices, don't they?
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Just like Terry just said, she said, as a survivor, I can't see through the BS because I see my bio parents in them.
Well, that's what I said. I see
Mhm.
Summer so much in me. My mother was an alcoholic, and if you don't think what happened to me don't go through my brain,
Mhm.
when I look at Summer in her age and Candace being a drinker, I mean, you wouldn't believe the stuff that's in my mind about that.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah, you're right. Parents do get so much blame. They do.
well, we have to remember too, you guys. Don even mentioned Candace drinking every night, right? And he said, it'd be she would get drunk and pass out, and but it was the next morning. You better watch out for her,
Mhm.
and that said a lot to me right there too, for sure.
Mhm.
Candace needs an advocate, and she's never had one. The other two girls both had men that tried to help them out of their situation. Candace never has had that. So, she refuses to take her medication, and she self-medicates with drugs and alcohol. She always has. So, that's a big problem. She
Yep.
needs to be on those psych meds, and she needs some form of control on her outbursts of rage. So,
Well, see, and the other two girls probably had a better chance also because their dad was in the picture with them, right?
yes.
And I think that made a big difference because look, Candace went to the carnival and then into that relationship where
No, she, when Candy left, Jim couldn't take care of Candace. Innocent, I'm sorry, I'm fair-minded and do both sides.
oh,
And
I'm sorry. Did she go to foster care?
I greatly respect you. I don't want to upset you. Yes, Candace, she pulled a knife on Jim and one of her sisters. So Jim couldn't control her when Candy left. So then she did go into the foster home then. Then she met Andrew. Then they had the two kids. Then after that was settled, she went into the carnival. I think
Okay.
Magic Mike's Magical Midway or something. And then only in the current. Sorry, my cat just went in my mouth. She was only in the carnival, I think, about a year, and then she got let go. So
Oh, okay.
I got a question for you. Do you think that the letter that Justin showed on his channel that Candace supposedly wrote, do you think somebody wrote that for her? Or this is a question I have, I don't think anybody can answer. I can't fathom in my mind what would make Candace say that she would end up going to jail and Dawn would end up with the boys.
Right.
I think that's probably true. And Don did want the boys. So
Well, look, I there's times I feel horrible for Dawn Wells, but then I go back and when I'm going over my notes and stuff, every time I turn around, Don's saying these horrible things.
yeah, he does,
And
but half of it's lies because he's a braggart and he likes to make people think he's a badass and a big wig in the drug world and knows all this stuff. So I think a lot of it is BS. But yeah,
well,
there's
no,
no doubt. There's no doubt Don's a bad guy.
I can definitely see him bragging about knowing the mafia and all
Yeah.
that stuff. But to talk about seeing children in motels and just some of the stuff that he has said along the lines of what could have possibly happened to Summer or anything like that, that's fucking extreme. That's extreme for him to say those things.
Yeah, I don't know why he's doing that.
One of the big things for me, and it might be for a lot of people too, we YouTubers, we are Dawn and Candace's audience.
Exactly.
We're their audience. And one of the things that we don't see or very rarely have seen is emotion. We don't see an emotion coming from them of the parents of a missing child, and that puts us in a position to, I hate to say it, but to judge them because we are their audience.
Well,
And
I mean, the thing about it is, we cannot really say what the parents of a missing child does. I mean, what we've seen, parents of missing children are nothing like Dawn and Candace. So we can't really say we know how these parents would feel. But looking at Dawn and Candace, we can say that this is what parents should not do if they have a missing child.
exactly.
Yeah, I agree.
Right?
Well,
Yeah.
usually in cases even where the family is to blame and did kill their child, they still get on TV and social media and beg for the return of their child.
Exactly.
I mean, in almost all cases. So
I mean, and the thing that always stood out to me from the very beginning, they did not want to use any victims advocates or any professionals through law enforcement. They did not want anything to do with law enforcement.
right.
And that's something that we can't understand. We can't wrap our minds around turning down any help like that, turning down the Cold Case Foundation, turning down all this help that they've been offered. We looking at them go, why are you turning this down? This is help for you guys. We don't understand. Help us understand.
But on the other hand, they're both long-term addicts. So is that blunting their response?
True.
I mean,
Right.
is that why they're not showing emotion? Because they're addicts.
Well, let me tell you, it made a lot of people, when Candace went off on Smiley the way she did,
Me too.
a lot of people were like, oh, yeah, that's the real Candace. And I'm like, wait a minute. To me, that did not make Candace look good. It didn't. And a lot of people were like, oh, yay, Candace, And I thought it just didn't make her look good. It didn't make Smiley look good either. I'll say that. And it didn't make Daisy look good either.
No,
But yeah,
yeah.
all three of them didn't look good in that scenario. But
Right.
but yeah, when people were like, "Oh yeah, that's the real Candace," I was like, "Why do you?" Maybe it's just me, and I think you guys know I think way differently than other people. But I thought, girl, that doesn't make you look good at all because you've never done that for your daughter. Never.
Yeah, she has some triggers when you hit it. She's gone.
Well, I think she was more mad at Smiley for calling her phone twice, calling Dawn's phone twice, and Candace would answer and Smiley'd hang up.
You mean Dougetta?
Dug at her.
Yeah.
Lucy Cat, she gonna get me in trouble.
I had to go there.
She's got a new name for that person who.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Dougetta.
Dougetta.
I love that.
Oh, Dougetta.
And now,
Well,
she's
hey,
on another
Lisa,
what?
we call the person who let the world know she lives across the street from me. We call her Amnesia.
Amnesia.
Her name's Amnesia.
I sure got an earful about you from her.
Girl, I bet you did. Did you get a picture of my house too?
I got all kinds of information, but she
Oh my
called
God.
you.
Are you kidding me?
She called you every name in the book. And then I don't know. Then the whole thing with the hospital visit, and I said, I went along with it for a while and didn't tell anyone. I don't know, maybe she wanted me to tell people. I don't know. But when somebody tells me a secret, I don't reveal that at all. So I didn't say anything. And then a few days later, I said, because it was kind of sketchy, the whole thing that she was doing. Like, her sister was talking to me on her phone the whole time about different people and stuff.
My goodness.
Well, Pam was in a coma, and, I gave her the benefit of the doubt. I did a little checking, but then when I did a deep dive, I said, you don't have a sister. Oh, then she called me everything but a white boy and blocked me. She might even call me the C word. I don't know.
Girl, she needs to stop. I've had a 5-year restraining order on her, and we went to court and she lost. And I don't know why she's so adamant on acting like that I'm a problem over here, because it's the total opposite. And I've got videos of her talking about me and admitting that she sent people the picture of my house.
Yeah.
So I'm like, girl, you best just sit over there and leave me alone.
Yeah, she thinks you were doxing her and spreading lies. And anyway, we don't want to talk about that, do we? No.
Well, girl, I don't dox people, and if I did, then people would have already knew she lived across the street from me.
I just mess up and dox myself.
Girl, that girl's fine where she's at. She over there with Prayer Garden. They seem to be happy together. We just leave that over there. For sure.
Yeah, and I've got all kinds of stuff she said about Prayer Garden too. So
I don't get that.
She used to call me 3 times a day.
Oh, Lisa, no.
That don't surprise me.
When I went on vacation for a week, I said, okay, Pam, do not call me for a week because I can't answer the phone.
And I bet she still tried to call.
I'm going to be in classes all day and with other people. I can't, talk to you.
Anastasia, me too. Her voice, yeah, oh yeah. It instantly does something to me. It goes right through me.
Well, I finally got frustrated because I was getting phone calls saying she was saying all this stuff. But then when I found out she sent people a picture of my house, I was pissed. So I basically got a couple videos together and showed Do you remember when they were talking about Rose?
Yes.
Lisa?
Yes.
Okay, well, I got a couple videos together which kind of showed who was in that little clique talking about Rose. Well, of course, I had her picture in two different creators on two different creators' channels, and I was kind of showing it. She sent Prayer Garden over here after me.
Yeah.
Kirkham doesn't know
did.
anything about Rose.
No, it didn't have nothing to do with Rose.
Oh,
She was
okay.
telling Prayer Garden I was picking on her or something. And I was like, girl, I'm showing exactly what I've seen going on here for a long time. Yeah, Prayer Garden came over here.
I
Bye,
think you could give
Daisy.
Prayer Garden a run for her money. You could
Oh my
hold your
God.
own there in income.
You do not want me to release it, re-release it. A lot of people still ask me today to re-release that. I was like, girl, don't you ever fucking come over here and try to psychoanalyze me. That shit ain't gonna happen. It was pretty funny. It was.
Oh, she's got a lawyer watching your channel 24/7 to.
Hey, lawyer,
Hey.
send me a letter. I'll introduce you to my real lawyer. Okay?
I bet that lawyer just wants to correspond with her via email and text. I bet that lawyer doesn't want to hear her voice.
Oh my God. Oh my God. That girl is crazy. That girl, and you know what? I've been kind about it because I have not come out and said shit about what I know. I'm like, you know what? I'm not. When she said that I lived across the street from her on Doug's channel, I about shit my pants. I was like, why the fuck would you do that? But she was upset. Doug asked her what 7 times 7 was, and
Oh, that was hilarious. That was hilarious.
Kim's asking who Pam is.
oh, you don't want to know, honey.
It's best.
She's on Prayer Garden sometime. Go over there. You can catch her. You can catch her live, Kim.
I wonder how she's paying for the lawyer.
Yeah, I wonder too.
Kim, you can tell when she's over there because you can hear this. That's what you hear.
No, it was so funny, Lisa. When you were live and I came over, she was in your chat, and I said, "What the hell's going on in this chat? I can hear shit all the way across the street." And she left chat. She left chat.
She was in Prayer Garden's chat a couple of nights ago, and I was in there, and I can't believe I just admitted that, but I was in Prayer Garden's chat, and Pam said, "Oh, Pam was up on panel," and she said she was talking about Daisy, and she said how Daisy talks about everybody. She's like, "Yeah, Daisy just runs her mouth about everybody," and I wrote in chat, "Well, so do you, Pam." Either she ignored it or didn't see it because she didn't
Well, I
reply
mean,
onto it.
this is the thing too. I don't talk about her. I don't mention her. I ain't got nothing to say about her. And she was telling everybody, well, she won't let me come over to her house because they were saying go over there and apologize to her. And I said, fuck no, I ain't gonna let her over my house. Are you crazy? I said, write in an apology to me and make it into a paper airplane and fly it the fuck over here.
Or she could have her lawyers mail it to you.
There you go.
Let me tell you, her lawyers wouldn't have a good time because I got paper after paper after paper. I mean,
when Innocent, when was this? Pam told something about lip lock and PG told her off. When was this? The last time or the time before that?
The last time or the time before that.
This is too much fun.
Oh, the other day. Oh, well.
Yeah, she ain't got no reason to say nothing about lip lock. I got news for her. You know what? this is what I told Prayer Garden, and I meant it. You have my permission to pull up anything you want from the police department here and the courts. And please, when you get them, read them out loud on your channel. And she never took me up on that.
Nope.
She just kept wanting me to show. I've got a video of her outside my bedroom window. And Prayer Garden was like, well, if you got that, you know, they was trying to get me to show it. And I'm like, I ain't showing you bitches nothing. I got it. The person who's going to see that is a judge in court.
She said that you filed for a restraining order 3 times. The first 2 times she didn't show up, and the 3rd time she won, and it was dismissed.
Really?
Oh, she's told me that several times.
Oh my goodness. Well, we're just going to have to prove it now. You run
Uh-oh.
your mouth.
Uh-oh.
You run your mouth where you shouldn't be running your mouth, young lady. I told you.
You know, I give everybody a chance. She told me I was her only friend. Everybody was pissed off at her, and you know, I feel sorry for people, so I'd take her calls, and you know, she'd like, "What do you think about this? What do you think about that?" And
well,
but then,
let me ask
you know,
a question, because you're fairly intelligent. When somebody gets a restraining order here in Indiana, when you get a restraining order, the person that you get the restraining order against has to pay for that restraining order. So how did she not show up when she had to pay for 2 different restraining orders? Inquiry minds want to know.
Innocent said, I couldn't see her face though through the cigarette smoke. Only seen her hair.
Yeah, she needs to shut her cake hole. That, you know what, that gets me too. I say this all the time. The majority of the people who run behind everybody's back and talk shit about them are the ones who are guilty of something. And they're like, let me get my dibs in first.
Yes.
So that way, if this person says something, then people won't believe her.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm like, girl, I've kept my mouth shut for so long. So
The best,
long.
the best defense is a good offense. Yeah,
hey,
people believe the first story out there. That's true, and go with it. Yep.
Maybe it's time for Reclaim Calm to come back out.
Oh Lord, I don't even need Reclaim Calm for that one.
It's been a minute.
That girl, I don't need Reclaim Calm for that one. I can do that one just fine on my own. Better believe it. I just don't mess with her because I think she's got some SMI, you know, serious mental issues. I just don't mess with her. But she's so dingy. I mean, she'll know now that I've got some videos. I got some videos, girl.
Uh-oh.
Don't make me put them on my channel there, girl.
Make sure you have your lawyer watch.
I just let her say. You know what? Yeah. I mean, hey, subscribe, Mr. Lawyer. If you're going to watch me, make sure you subscribe.
I don't know how she would afford a lawyer watching your channel all day, every day.
She can't afford no lawyer watching my channel.
I thought that was odd.
I mean,
90%
you know
of people
what?
that say I have a lawyer don't have a lawyer.
This is the funny thing about it. How's her lawyer going to feel when I say, well, you got to look here. I never even said I lived across the street from this woman, and she's on this channel going, Renee Cobb lived across the street from me. And then she was like, and she's already making fun of me. And I'm like, me and the other 30,000 people on YouTube. Sorry.
Goodness.
You know, we all pick at each other. It's all in fun. And I'm like, I'm sure the lawyer will love to see that.
He thinks you spy on her.
Girl, this is the honest God's truth, and I'd swear on this on a stack of Bibles. I don't even use my front yard. I sit out in my backyard and I enjoy myself. I don't know why the girl has such a hard on for me over here. I really don't. So, hey, you know what? It's like Dawn and Candace. Sometimes I feel a little sorry for her.
Because
Well,
she
that's
wants
why
to
I
be you.
took her calls all that time.
I'm like, shit, man.
She loves you. She wants to be you.
Well, this is the thing. You know, leave us alone. But when you start staring down my company and shit, I mean, my company has got to the point over the last 3, 4 years, they look at her and say shit like, you got a problem. I mean, my company will say something to her because she'll sit out there and stare them down. And I tell them, I'm like, ooh, well, you must be pretty hot. Maybe she wants a little piece of that.
Didn't your last company they had to say something to her?
Yeah, well, more than that. There's been like, we've had 2 or 3 people come over here that had to say something to her. Just because they get sick of pulling up and her giving them the stare down. Or, you know, you guys know how loud she talks. She will sit out. I can have my bedroom window open. She will sit out in her front yard at her picnic table and be talking to somebody. And she's so fucking loud, I can hear her in my house. The problem is, she fucking talks about me.
Oh
And
my
I'm like,
God.
are you fucking serious? So you know what she said on that video? She said, well, I don't do that anymore. I just do it now when I'm in the house. And I'm like, whether you're outside or in the house, you're still talking shit about me.
Who's she talking to?
I don't know. Anybody who will let her fucking tell her little web of
Does she?
bullshit.
I saw that fancy fence there. Does she not get along with the neighbor to the side either?
Which part of the fence did you see?
That nice wooden picket fence.
Did you see the? Did you wait?
It?
Did you see the White House? Oh, right across the street.
Yeah.
That's my fucking house. Oh my God, who the fuck has she been sending a picture of my house to? Oh my God. She sent it to Lisa and Beth Ann too.
Oh my gosh.
That, you know what? I'm going to get her a gold shovel because she sure knows how to dig herself a fucking hole.
Oh my God.
No, she's fucking ate the fuck up. She's ate up. Oh my God.
You're like, did you see that house in the background? Yeah, that was
No.
mine.
Tell her you want to see the other side of that fucking fence because she's got skulls and fucking shit all over it.
Oh my God.
My friend said she was in the cult, is what she said. Hey, Genevieve.
I don't know.
Girl, yeah, she needs to stay over there with Prayer Garden. Prayer Garden likes her.
Well,
Cinderella
for today, you know how Prayer Garden goes
right now.
That's fucking hilarious. Believe me, Lisa. Yeah, I laugh about it because she's just fucking out there. She's so out there. It's like that girl talks about everybody else so much because she doesn't want people really talking about her. And, you know, I could be a really rock gut fucking person and just, I mean, I could knock that situation fucking very far.
Remember that whole thing with Candace when she met up with Lisa Jutton?
Yeah.
She told me all about that too and told me not to say anything, so I didn't. And then she went on a panel 3 days later and told it. I said, what the hell, Pam? You said not to say anything to anybody about it. You know, now that I think back, I think she was telling me that stuff so that I would tell it all.
I think so.
That's okay because
but she picked the wrong person because secrets come to me to die. I know.
See, I'm like that too. If somebody tells me a story or whatever, I don't even say anything about it. And,
no, I didn't. And then she went on and told all about it. I'm like,
Wait.
Pam, I thought you didn't want anyone to know.
Cinderella said, I was just wondering because I heard she claims to be
Oh,
young
that's
with
she's talking
children.
about Prayer Garden.
Oh, Prayer Garden. I don't know anything about
Oh.
yeah, I don't know anything about Prayer Garden. And I'd
I thought you
prefer
were
not to
talking
know
about.
anything about the other one, but she just insists on, oh my goodness.
I thought she was talking about amnesia. Okay.
And you know what? I was even being fucking nice and just, you know, yes, I do have a lawyer. And yes, I speak with him frequently. But I was like, I told my lawyer, I was like, look, you know, when we went to court that last time, I said maybe 2 or 3 sentences. I kept my mouth shut. She dug herself a fucking hole.
I'll
And
bet.
so I told my lawyer, I was like, nah, let's just sit back because more's going to come out. And I'm glad that we've sat back because I've got, what, Lucy Cat, 5 or 6 videos. And,
Yeah.
and Beth Ann and Lisa definitely got sent a picture of my house because Lisa freaking sent it to me. So
Yep.
I have that. And now she sent a picture of my house. What the fuck is she doing? And
She's talking.
she
I
wants
don't
to
know. Yeah.
she wants to make people believe she's showing them her fucking gate or her fence.
I think she did a video on her timeline of that fence, didn't she?
Really?
I'll have to look back. I
On
think
her
so.
what, her timeline on Facebook?
I think so.
Wow.
I'll have to look. I saw it somewhere too.
Man, what a fucking idiot. I'm sorry, but that's a fucking idiot for you right there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, why would you keep fucking poking a bear that you cannot win against? It's
I
like,
got
are you
somebody.
serious?
I got somebody doing that to me too. I told her I wouldn't dox her, and she keeps poking me.
Yep.
Even why would someone do that? She knows I know who she is, and I'm one of the few people that do. And yet, why does she keep digging at me? It's almost like she's daring me to do it. But yeah, why do people poke the bear?
A lot of times on YouTube, they will poke the fucking bear, and it's like you can tell them 1,000 times. I mean, look, that girl is not the top of my conversation on my channel. I hardly ever mention her unless she's fucking called me out for something. And I'm like, you know what? I haven't talked about you. It's been fucking quiet. You're not even in my brain space. And poof. I mean, it's like, ugh. I heard that when Prayer Garden was talking about Nana's Angels passing away and stuff, that she started crying and saying that her dog died. And I'm like, why would you do that if they're talking about a person passing away and all of a sudden your dog died? It was like, to me, when I talked to this person about it, it seemed like to me that she wanted that attention.
Yeah, she wanted the attention.
Narcissist.
Yeah, she's
a narcissist.
Yeah, wanted the attention for sure. Crazy.
She's not the only one.
Yeah, there's a lot of them like that. I'm waiting for the day she pokes you too hard. I'm so nosy and can't wait.
Prayer Garden. No, she isn't the one that's poking me. It's someone else. But
yeah, you know what? I don't have a problem with Prayer Garden after, yeah, I threw her off my channel. But the only reason I did that was because I was trying to talk and she wouldn't shut up.
Yeah, she wasn't.
I was like, Prayer Garden, Prayer Garden, Prayer Garden, Prayer Garden. Then finally I was like, just get the fuck out of here. You're not going to convince me that she's this great person. And Prayer Garden tried to tell me that she told her that she don't know what happened. We were best friends. And I was like, what?
What?
What the fuck?
She
I'm
makes
like,
stuff up. She pulls it out of her ass right there. I can see.
yeah,
And when she said, "I know this for a fact," you know that's going to be a lie. I know
oh
that. That's
yeah,
her. That's her tell.
yeah.
That's
Fucking
funny.
craziness. Crazy. But yeah, at times I feel bad for her. I'm like, she's got something wrong upstairs. I don't know why anyone would want to, because like the day that because she was going off on Smiley, and because Smiley was calling her a tattletale, and she
You're
was
okay, innocent.
pissed, so she started going off on Smiley for making fun of her over the 7x7 stuff. And Smiley was like, "That wasn't me, that was Doug." And so then she says, and remain calm, lives across the street from me, and she's just making fun of me. And do you want me to end up back in the hospital where I can't talk? And I went, what? You ain't putting that shit on me, girlfriend. You end up back in the hospital. It's because of your own dumb shit. It ain't nothing that I'm doing to you, because
Right.
I don't do anything to her at all. And let me tell you, if she is at a point where she's not, I don't even know if she's sitting out front. I don't pay no attention. And it ain't because of me, because I don't say shit to her. I don't even look that way. And but yeah, I would be embarrassed if company is coming to the people across the street and you're out there fucking talking loud and shit and staring at them. Hell yeah, they're finally gonna say something to you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's just creepy shit.
And Innocent said, "I wish we could time them out for 24 hours on the internet. She wouldn't be able to comment." I've thought about that before. You know, when you time somebody out, you time them out for 300 seconds. I've often wished it would be 300 hours.
Well, see, I never understood it because she'll go over to Daisy's, right? And she'll
Mm-hmm.
get in Daisy's chat and stuff, but then you'll see her over at Prayer Gardens and talking. It's like whoever will give her the attention is where she's
Yeah.
gonna go.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
And
Yep.
I don't know who at the beginning, well, I think it was Prayer Garden that started giving her the attention at the beginning of Summer's case. But she didn't even know I was following Summer's case at all until Lisa told her. And when Lisa Jutton told her, she was it. I mean, it was bad because, you know, I heard the comment that was said to her, "Leave her alone. Don't you think that she doesn't think it's fucking creepy you watching her all the time?"
Uh,
And I mean, just the things that she was saying, I thought, are you that deranged in your head that you think that everything that you've done to me, that I've been the one doing it to you? It's creepy. It's creepy shit.
Mrs. Peacock, somebody else said that too.
I seen her on Ziggy's a long, long time ago.
Pam?
Yeah, she did go on Ziggy's once or twice.
Yeah, she'll go on anywhere.
Well, this surprised me though, because when she was on Doug, she made the comment that she had been talking to Pam Wells for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
And that she'd been sending all that information to Doug. And I don't think Doug ever used any of the information she was sending.
Pam Wells blocked her.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
Yeah,
The only information Doug's going to use is against Pam, because that's
right.
all he does anyways.
Oh
Yes.
my God. Let me tell you, he really made her look foolish, some of the stuff. And what got me was because she demeaned herself to Doug, and because Doug was making fun of her. So she made this comment about that she fell off the short bus or something. And even though, she's full of shit, I was like, why would you say that about yourself? That just says what kind of person she is, Says
Yeah,
the
Mrs.
interview she
Peacock,
had is the Grady like.
we keep flipping back and forth.
Oh, AC, are you talking about
We keep
prayer?
flipping back and forth between Prayer Garden and Pam.
I know.
No, that's interesting what AC just said, though.
Yeah, are you talking about PG? Because I remember
I
at
think she's
one
talking
time,
about I think she's talking about Ziggy.
well, I know at one time Prayer Garden said that she was talking with one of the lights.
Oh,
Am I wrong about that, AC?
maybe it was Prayer Garden.
Oh,
Well,
I
yeah,
wouldn't believe anything she says either.
she says so many different things.
True
And
that.
then when people get mad on her, well, that live I was showing earlier, she was saying something, and she was like, "And I'm gonna put it out on Friday." So, and I'm like, all you're doing is hyping your channel over here. You know,
Oh.
I'm gonna tell you guys some really good stuff, but I'm not. You're gonna have to wait till Friday on my channel. And I was like, whatever.
I think that AC, are you talking about her that blue solo cop? That is that the one that she decided was
No, it was I'm almost positive she's talking about PG because
Oh, okay.
she released a it was either she released a call that she said was with one of the lights or something like that. That was a long time ago she did that.
PG.
I don't know. She was arguing with me about something I said about Rose, and she was, well, that's not what I was told.
I know, Lisa. I feel bad.
Somebody said, PG, were you in Wisconsin in 2009 when Rose?
It cracks me up because I'll see if I even just go through the galaxy and pick out different things, and the minute Lisa's in that chat, I know it because they always say Lisa this or Lisa that. Lisa, don't talk like that. Lisa. And I'm like, oh well, Lisa K's in that chat.
People don't like the truth. People don't like facts. I mean, like, look at the tattoo. Candace has Hunter tattooed on her leg. Yeah, okay, whatever. People are calling for her to be arrested today.
I know. That ain't gonna happen. That is not gonna happen. I keep telling people, don't listen when you say, look, they have not been charged with anything.
No.
Anything at all. He just
I
turned
mean,
99.
that's Waylon's middle name. She can have that tattooed on her leg. You don't get arrested for having your kids' names on your leg.
That's so ridiculous. Girl,
Well,
I do. I hear some really ridiculous stuff, you know, when it comes to
God,
some
everybody's seeing penises everywhere this week. Did you notice that?
Oh, well, I haven't seen them, but I know last time that happened, Lip sent me a picture or two and told me whose they were, and I was like,
Oh, that was disgusting. Yeah.
I deleted those immediately. I was like,
No.
I don't need that in my phone.
That was gross. But no, I mean, they're seeing them in pictures, like that picture of Don with said that
really?
handlebar handle was a penis. And then some lady said that you know that picture of Summer where she's like it's in Michelle's thumbnail from today. I think that she has like thrown up her hand. She's in the little pink dress with the headband on, and she said, why is that penis on Summer's shoulder? That disturbs me. I'm like, that's her finger. That's her hand. This is all happening the last 2 days. And I'm like,
Can somebody explain to me what the picture with the young, when Don was young, holding that rifle, whatever.
He's supposed to.
That's the one, yes.
I don't get it though.
He's supposed to be about 12 years old in that picture.
But what's up with the handlebar of the? I don't get it.
They're saying that's a penis. That's a dildo. So.
Oh my God.
All right, I gotta find it now. You guys got me interested. Whose was it on?
Hi, Birdie. It was Tim Mullen posted it first, and then
on the Don
Jody,
family.
then Jody Sue was the one that made a live about it being child porn, and people that share it are sharing. Yeah. Oh, and Carl said that too.
Chasing Truth has the picture, and the
Yeah.
the little kid is she circled it with a yellow circle.
Innocent. It was Tim posted it on that Find Summer Wells page, and then
Summer Wells. Okay.
yeah, and then yeah, but the seat of the bike was cropped out, so then people were so then Jody Sue said that was a dildo in the same scene as a child, with a kid with his back to us, and that people, and so did Carl, and they said that people that shared that picture were distributing child porn on the internet. Oh my God.
That's freaking ridiculous.
I'm trying to find it. I don't see it.
Yes, Innocent. Yes, Tim posted it, and then people are saying that.
That's crazy.
Girl, I mean, you guys have you guys ever watched that WCIA lady?
Hey,
oh my God, witchcraft in action. Yeah, that's her name. That's what that stands for. The funniest thing she ever did was a video about Tim Mullen standing in front of his mansion. Oh, this is Tim in front of his house. And then she circled all the different, things that she saw. Here's the window where Summer is. That was on the second floor, and all of her little faces and things. Well, that wasn't Tim Mullen's house. He went to South Fork from Dallas and was taking a picture in front of South Fork.
Man.
Oh my God.
Hey, see, I'm gonna get my family tree out. I think I've got some kin there. I don't know if you're kin to me or not. Let me dig back into my family tree.
Let me look at my family tree and see if I got any kin.
See if we're kin to each other, darling.
We might have some kin folk.
I'm pretty sure we're all related.
Well, you know what? I could be kin to Lip Lock too if she's originally from Arkansas. My great grandma is buried in Arkansas. I just have to pull out my family tree and get all of it out. You guys know how I am about pulling out notes. I ain't good at it.
I got it all in my head because I have 22,000 screenshots on my phone and in no particular order, so I need to organize those somehow.
Innocent. You're really going to ask us why Tim's getting a hard time? You know why Tim's getting a hard time. Watch out going to Daisy. Satin might come after you.
I don't think Tim has anything to do with Summer missing. However, what is he getting out of it? What's his horse in the race? I don't understand.
My question is why, and I'll say hired, it's allegedly in my opinion, but there's proof of it, that Tim was paying Benny to run his little chaotic shenanigans on people who were trying to look into Summer's case. Yes, it's true. It's out there. You can see it. But so how did that benefit Tim Mullins by doing that? I don't understand that connection there at all.
Well, I call it the Tim Mullen Redemption Tour because Tim Mullen and Don cooked up 3 things. They did 3 things that turned the tide. Before that, everybody blamed Don and Candace. Almost everyone blamed Don and Candace, even Daisy. Right. So then Tim and Dawn cooked up the thing with Candace having the life-threatening heart surgery that she needed. That was fake. Candace said that she, Tim and Dawn made that up, and she was afraid to tell the truth. Well, no, she participated in it. Robin Lane participated in it. That was all set up for, sympathy for Candace. Then they did the Looking for Summer Wells video where,
Right.
Don and Tim walked through the woods videoing leaves. And then, then they did the dog trail video, which is not a dog trail. It's the boys' motorbike trail.
Right.
So they
Right.
showed Don doing that. Okay, after those three things, the tide started to turn. And a lot of people started to donate to the wells and feel sympathy for them. So that worked. So
Right.
Tim is good at what he does. He's a manipulator. And so is Don. So those two are perfect for each other, actually.
No, I'm not kidding, AC. I'll pull it out, and next time I go live, we'll talk about it, girl. But that is the whole thing. But I just couldn't understand, because even if we look at David Dodson and Tim in the Robin Lane scenario, allegedly she hadn't known these guys very long, but they seem to be a trio for some reason to me.
I think David Dodson gets a bum rap.
You think so?
Yeah. I think he's just an odd duck. He marches to his own drummer. Definitely, creative people are off kilter.
Yeah.
It
you're
goes
right.
along with it. So I think he's just has his heart in the right place, and I think because he's odd, then because people that have worked with him have posted and said he's just the nicest person.
Right.
And a lady was on Smiley's, I don't know, trying to paint him as, the groomer or mastermind or something, and she told all kinds of lies about him, and I was really upset. Like,
Really?
well,
I must
yes.
have missed that.
Oh, that he left the area. He still lives in Kingsport. That he and what's her name? That he married. That they got a divorce. No, they didn't. They're still together. They're posting a lot of pictures together.
That's the one he just married, right? When he left
Yeah.
the SDA church and went to the Baptist church.
And she said, oh, well, after his wife died, he married quickly, very, very quickly. And she said that several times, like that was suspect. But Tanya died in 2019. He got married in 2022. So 3 years is not very, very quickly.
No, not at all.
I don't know. She was trying to make him sound very dastardly.
Well, and it was just weird to me because, Robin had mentioned she would buy the Wells pizzas and David would take him out there. That was after Summer went missing, though.
Yes.
If I remember correctly. So he was taking pizzas out there. But the relationship, I never could understand how Tim and Dawn became best friends within a matter of a short period of time.
I don't know. That I can't tell you. I don't know. Maybe Don likes people. If you noticed a lot of the panels he goes on, now he said this, I'm only telling them what I want them to know. He thinks he's in charge of, and he tells people he tells different creators different stories. But the people whose channels he goes on are like low, I'm going to say, not low intelligence, but I guess low critical thinking skills that he can manipulate. So like with Doug, and the people that he talks to are, not very bright. So he manipulates them. Maybe David was just kind-hearted and Don thought he could manipulate him. Maybe that's why. I don't know.
See, that's the thing too. A lot of the channels he goes on, and these people are admitted recovering addicts.
Oh yeah.
And he goes, or people who has been to prison before.
Oh,
And
yes. Yes.
yeah, and because that's, you know, to him, these people know exactly where he's coming from and stuff. So
Yes. Yep.
those are channels he'll definitely go on also.
Oh, yes. I know who you're talking about. Yeah. And I know someone, a woman in the UK, who, you know, Don sends pictures to and corresponds with frequently. And she loves Don. And she said, oh, he's always so respectful to me. I said, he's a con. All his yes, sir, okay, sir, yes. That's a con. That's not
Yeah.
respect. That's a con.
Yeah. That doesn't
Yeah.
surprise me either. Because do you remember? It was like back. I keep saying back in the beginning, and in like the first 6-7 months or something, when there was Dawn was communicating with this girl who ended up being really young.
Yes.
I think what was she, like 19 maybe? She was really young, I know.
Yes. Wasn't she in England, I think? Was that the one? Or are you talking about a
No,
different one?
no, that's probably the one. I know that the girl ended up being very young, for
Yeah,
sure.
somebody said that was catfish set up by someone.
You remember the catfish setup that this guy was communicating and to Candace, and he acted like he didn't know Summer was missing, and she talked
Yeah.
about meeting him in Gatlinburg and all this other stuff, and I'm like, your daughter's missing, and you have let everybody know you're not in love with Dawn anymore, and you're going out here trying to form relationships with people.
Yeah.
And that always got me, that her and Dawn both were basically trying to start relationships with other freaking people.
Yes. And she's never going to leave Don. She can't
No.
live without Don. Look at how she couldn't stay in Arkansas away from Don. She had to come back.
Yeah. Yeah.
She literally can't exist without Don. And you know, people that have tried to talk to Don on the phone say Candace is in the background yelling and screaming, and she doesn't like Don giving anyone else attention, any female
Oh
attention.
my gosh,
That's
there were
true.
times he'd be talking to Cher, she would be going off, and
Oh
then
yeah.
she was talking to Molly Golightly and Laura from Perplexed, and she was screaming at them to suck Don's wanker, and I mean, she was saying some pretty vulgar stuff.
Oh yeah.
Pretty vulgar.
That's why she doesn't like PG.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all. She
Yeah, because for a while there, PG and Don were really tight.
Oh, PG was after her man.
Oh, I'm
Like I
telling you.
said, if PG claims to hate Don now, but I said if Don crooked his little finger, she'd be on her back quicker than a golden retriever wanting a belly pat.
Yeah, that's what I heard too. That's exactly what I heard too, and that's what I think. I'm telling you, that's what I think that the fighting on the YouTube streets is about. It's more about Dawn. I know Candace is in there, but these people will literally fight over Dawn Wells.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Look at
not
that.
me.
Christine 555. You know, she made the picture of Summer that, you know, in the pink dress where she looks like a little ballerina, and it did that filter over it that made it look old, and
Right.
everybody's saying, oh, that's not Summer. Well, I looked up, it's called VidShow is the program that was used to create that, and then I found out Christine did that. So now I'm wondering if that's not Candace's new channel, but maybe it's Christine's channel for Candace, you know?
Oh,
good
good
thinking. Yeah.
possibility.
So Can has her own meteor manager now.
Oh my
Good
gosh.
thinking.
What did you think when the letter, or it wasn't even, well, it was text or letter, comments or something, where I believe the girl name was Dawn, and her and Candace were tight, and she told Tim Mullins that Candace didn't want him around anymore, that
Mm.
she was now a spokesman for the
Don
family.
Rainey. There was Don Rainey and Don Tim. That was Don Rainey that said she was going to be Candace's spokesperson. Yeah.
So Candace did admit that the hospital stunt? Are you talking about where she was laying in the hospital bed?
Yeah. In her yeah.
I knew that was fake.
Yep, it was fake.
Because I'm like, why doesn't she have a gown and stuff on? If she had heart problems, they'd have her out of them clothes in a gown with an EKG machine hooked up really quickly.
Hey, listen, me being in the hospital yesterday, they made me take all my clothes off, and I was put into a gown.
Yeah.
Well, she went to the hospital 3 or 4 times. She went to 2 different hospitals because the first one wouldn't do anything for her. The second one, people that were with her said she sat outside on a bench smoking most of the time. She also ordered a pizza, and the batteries in her pacemaker were supposed to be changed, and I guess somebody said they changed the whole pacemaker, not just the batteries. I didn't know that, but when Waylon was born, so if that was a concern, maybe she should get that replaced. But why was Robin participating in that? And yes, she did say, oh yeah, I think I still have those texts. She said that Don and Tim cooked that up, and she was afraid to say anything. She was afraid to tell the truth. And then 2 or 3 days later, she was on Daisy's backing it up. So there you go.
Well, that's the whole thing about it, because Candace tries to make it look like that. Basically, Don's manipulating her. Don is doing this.
Yeah.
Don, I remember, and I think I still have it, where she cried on Daisy's channel and said something along the lines of, "Well, Don took all the money and spent it on what he needed."
I do believe that. Yeah. I didn't for a long time, but yeah, that is the situation. Don does not give her money.
Well, you girls talk for a minute. I gotta go to the bathroom. I gotta go pee, Lucy Cat.
30,000 people that you gotta
Lucy
go
Cat, I gotta go pee.
Remain calm's going potty.
Okay, Lucy Cat, what are we going to talk about?
Let's talk about Remain Calm while she's not here.
Ann, if you're watching, send us some more photos of her house.
Yeah, there you go. I heard Remain Calm lives in this area and has this kind of house. She never goes in her front yard. Is that
she
true?
spies on her neighbors?
Yeah, she spies on her neighbors all the time and calls them bad names.
Files restraining orders against them.
Innocent said, "Hi, Pam." Hi.
Hi, Pam's lawyer.
How you doing, big girl? How you doing?
Robin set that hospital thing up. Robin participated, and she didn't have a problem having her daughter participate too. And why take the balloons into the hospital? That was strictly for the video. Why would they take all those balloons into the hospital?
You think so? Yeah.
And then, AF Pennington, she made that video. So I always thought she was totally innocent in the whole thing. But then, she cut and pasted that video together, and I thought, was she in on it too? Then she talks about how Tim Mullen is such a close personal friend of hers. So then that made me wonder what the deal is with that.
So
I'm back, ladies.
So, quit talking about her. Switch the subject.
Yeah, shush.
Are you guys talking? Do I need to get my lawyer?
we weren't talking about you, we promise.
I don't believe you.
Who's the cat? You're going to get caught. Things on the internet are there forever.
That's right.
Whoopsie.
You better be glad I don't go back and watch myself because half the time I hate listening to my voice.
Oh, me
But
too. Me too.
but I have to admit, not thinking I'm, this great person, but sometimes if I go back and listen to myself, I freaking laugh so hard. I'm like, you are the biggest goober in the world.
You're not a goober.
I like being a goober sometimes.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't,
This
yeah,
is Peacock. I don't know. We were talking about A.F. Pennington in the hospital stunt while you were gone.
A.F. Pennington, I ran across her in the beginning. I knew of her from Benny Keys' channel. And she was doing all the videos and stuff for Tim Mullins, whatever he was putting out at that time. And I'm
Oh,
not
yeah.
sure what happened with her and Benny, but she kind of just disappeared from his channel. But that was around, I believe, the same time that the uppers decided they didn't want Benny around anymore. And they came out and said that Benny was trying, and I'll say allegedly because Benny said he wasn't trying to do it, but they said that he was trying to get Don's birth certificate, his social security number.
Summers.
Yeah, Don Wells. Yeah.
Summers birth certificate he tried to buy.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
I didn't even know about that. I knew that, the uppers got upset over Don's because supposedly it had something to do with Don's. And they also talked about the cameras he had placed around 110 that when they were activated or something, it went to his phone. It was really weird. It was weird. But yeah, they wasn't happy with him about that.
I'm not sure how smart the uppers are because they sent Candy some information that I was somebody that I wasn't and how I was involved. And I'm like, what? They're private investigators? They can't figure that out?
Why would they do that? That's craziness.
I'm like, that's totally off base. And so that makes me wonder how hard they're working on Summer's case and what kind of work.
This is what got me because at first they didn't want anybody to know who they were. It was like they tried to be incognito. Well, then the woman had, I guess, I don't know, she pissed Benny Keys off somehow. And Benny was like, well, his wife isn't even a private investigator. So all that stuff started coming out. But they did not show anything that they were doing until I think it was Summer's birthday, somewhere like that, her vigil or something, or her birthday. They decided they were going to come out and show everybody that they were using drones and this and that. And I was like, why wait all this time? But they sure hadn't found anything because Summer ain't home, is she?
No, and I question their reliability. But if they're not getting paid, so are they working very hard? I know they did Evelyn Boswell's case, but I don't know what or said they worked on hers, but I don't know that they did anything that worthwhile there either.
Well, that kind of surprised me because when Chris McDonough talked to Don, I believe it was his first interview or something, Don starts telling Chris McDonough that, yeah, we've got investigators and stuff. And Chris was like, well, what's their name? Don couldn't even remember these people's name at all.
Wow.
And he told Chris McDonough, he said, well, if you want to talk to him, I'll see what I can do or whatever. And I can give him your number. And Chris said, no, I just prefer you didn't give him my number. And I thought, well, they can't be, If Chris McDonough don't want their number, that said a lot to me.
Yeah.
I was like, no way.
Oh my God. Yeah, he tried to get involved in Rose's case too, and they told him to.
Well, that was the thing because he kept this. This is
Oh,
what got me because he would, tell Don, "Let me help you." People were trying to take up a petition for the Cold Case Foundation to take over Summers' case, and I said, "Summers' case is not cold."
right.
And if Summers' case was cold, and Don and Candace cannot pick out the investigators that they want to investigate Summers' case. I don't know why people would think that Don Wells would have any control over that. Don wouldn't have.
Exactly. Law enforcement has to request that. And, TBI had to issue 2 statements saying that they were not working with Chris McDonough. And
Right.
he called and tried to get involved in Rose's case. Remember when he kept talking about that?
Yeah.
They told him to go take a
Yeah.
fly and
Because
see.
he's
Yeah.
tr-
So yeah,
you
then
know,
he dropped that. Everybody's like, "Oh, I thought Chris was taking over Rose's case." I'm like, "Yeah, I know the truth about
no,
that."
no. I knew
Birdie,
it. I knew they
let
wasn't
me
going to let him do that.
let me ask Birdie a question. How did Miss Sherry make you start to wonder if Summer was in France?
Because
Uh,
because Don's sister went
oh,
to
Son, son,
didn't she go? Yeah, Sonia
yeah, Sonia,
went
Paris,
to Paris
What's that got to do with? She went.
exactly.
because
She
they thought they were trying to when that went out that she went overseas and she went to France because she had taken summer. That stuff went around for a little while.
so she went to
Yeah,
France. She went to France on June 15th.
no, it was
No.
no, it was weeks later.
That yeah. Okay.
And
I
yes, supposedly she was on Ben Hill the day before, and that's not true either. Sonia, have you seen Sonia? She wouldn't step foot inside. I'm sure the Wells would have to meet her in town somewhere because I
That's
doubt
what I
she,
thought too.
I
Because
doubt she'd
yeah.
step foot inside 110.
Now I know they said this, but it was true, right? Her husband was an RSO.
Yes, but is not anymore. He did not have a lifetime registration. The story is, and I have no idea because I did not see the reports or anything, is that he brushed up against someone's breast.
Oh,
So I don't know, I don't know what's involved, but he did not get a lifetime registration. I don't know if it was like 5 years or something. So yeah, he hasn't been on there on the registry in a long time. So you
hey,
can say he is a sex offender because he did get convicted of that crime, but he is not on the registry. And I don't think he's a danger to children, but that's just my opinion.
hey, Eve, darling, will you drop my email for AC? AC, email me and I'll send you my phone number. I'd love to talk to you, honey, for sure. Lily said, I heard her husband is very wealthy. Is that true? Well, they went to France. I would think he had a little bit of money.
I went there too, and I'm
Oh,
not
did you
wealthy at
go?
all, but yeah, I think they
Well,
do have their house is very nice there in Utah.
yeah, the only
That sounds.
the
Where's the proof that that's all he did, Lily Eve? I said I have no proof. I have not seen the paperwork, but that was the story. I did not say that was
that's
true.
Lisa just said that was the story she heard.
Exactly.
Okay.
I
She
said
didn't say it.
clearly I
She
did
didn't
not
say
see
it
the
was true.
paperwork.
That's exactly what Lisa said. She didn't see the paperwork.
Okay. Okay, Birdie, I get you.
That
It started
started
with
with
Sonia.
Sonia. That was a more recent Vice talking about speaking French in Paris and such. Yeah, I don't. That's the only. I mean, we heard it a long time ago, so maybe she's kind of bringing that out and talking about it. I don't know. I don't
Well,
know.
I remember hearing Sherry say maybe I think her exact words were maybe Summer is in France, and she said I speak French. I re-
Oh,
I remember seeing that. So she started speaking French.
well,
Oh,
Anastasia, I don't know. None of the family nor any of their so-called church family
right,
would take the boys.
right.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Yeah, they did ask the church first.
I wonder why
Because
nobody in the family took the boys. That's sad.
I think because of Don and how he acts. I think because of Don and Candace and how they act. Could you imagine Don and Candace and the boys being with family? Look how they act with the boys in foster care. If that family had them kids, oh my gosh, I couldn't even imagine. I could not imagine.
AC, I would
There would
love
be
to pick
something
your
going
brain.
on for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know.
maybe they can't take the boys, but still, somebody in the family, somebody, Mary, they, Sonia, somebody could have taken them.
well, yeah, but you're talking about taking the boys of a man who you're trying to prosecute for SA.
Well,
I mean, maybe that changed up the ball game a little bit. I really don't think. I mean, sometimes CPS will even ask the parents if certain family members can take the children, and the parents can deny that. They can deny it, but I don't know if Don and Candace did.
what about Don's dad?
He's got dementia,
Oh,
pretty bad.
okay.
And there's no way there's no way. And, he's elderly. Those three boys would have been a handful for anybody. And I know they did not work out at the first home they went to. So they're
Oh,
lucky
they
they landed.
didn't.
No, they
Do
were
you know
only.
if they're all three together?
Yes, they are. And they all have been.
Okay.
I just think it's going to be a long time before CPS actually goes to law enforcement for anything that could have transpired with the boys throughout their time with Don and Candace. I just think it's going to take some time.
Birdie, I did not see that, but I'll go look. Was that recently? Yeah, I don't know why they're giving them every benefit of the doubt, aren't they? And I thought everybody's saying, oh, that judge, getting arrested for falsifying that divorce, which baffles me.
That didn't have
I think
anything to do with Don and
no,
Candace's case.
no, and Don, saying, "Oh, this just proves it's corrupt." I said, if anything, that judge is Don's best friend. He's been delaying this thing for 2 years now.
Yeah,
The next judge ain't going to put up with all that BS, so Don's going to miss that judge, I think.
right. Yeah, that's my Eve just dropped my email, AC. Email me and I'll give you my phone number. That's how I roll around here.
Wow.
Wow. We got about 15 minutes, girls. I stayed on here extra for you.
Oh, aren't you such a sweetheart?
I am. I love the conversation. Thanks for coming up, Lisa.
Oh, this is fun. Thank you for having me.
Yes.
We do have fun over here. Usually, I try to be serious. It doesn't work out real well for me.
This
We
is
always start
hilarious.
talking about something.
Oh, yeah, Janice. Yes. Well, they didn't want to see them. They saw them one time after they took them in November. December, they couldn't visit because they failed their drug tests. And after that, they didn't bother.
Well, yeah. And remember the first time that they went to see the boys, Don was mad because he had to drive so far.
Yes.
He
It
didn't
is
like that.
it is a drive. Now, yeah. It is a ways, but those are your kids. So
Well,
you could
not
do that
look,
do that once a month, right?
I mean, look how many times he went to Knoxville and allegedly Mexico and all them other places. and you throw a fit because you got to drive a distance to see your flipping kids.
Yeah.
No wonder the boys allegedly have said they don't want to come back. There's nothing that Dawn and Candace have showed them that tells these boys that they've done anything to try to get them back.
Well, and Don saying, oh, the boys are living high on the hog. They are living high on the hog. The family has quite a bit of money, and, you know, they're treating the boys quite well. But why would you begrudge your children that?
Well, this is what got me too, because Don made a comment that about the boys getting into sports and stuff, and he was like, "Oh, you know, I just couldn't afford to do that. So where they're at now, you know, that can happen for them." And I thought, every time he opens his mouth, it's excuse after excuse after excuse.
Yeah. And what that's the deal with the GoFundMe or whatever for the PlayStation. Trust me, if the boys probably already have a PlayStation if they wanted one.
I couldn't
And
believe that.
Don cannot, the family cannot send the boys anything while they're in foster care. So what was that all about?
That
I
was
didn't think they were allowed to.
They're not allowed to.
I
thought it was a money grab.
I don't think any parents are allowed to do that when their child.
No, they're not. Nobody is. Nobody. People wanted to send the boys money or toys. Well, you can't do that. It all goes to DCS. You can't send it individually to, you know. And, you know, did the boys really need strangers from social media sending them gifts? That's kind of weird, I think.
Yeah, that's creepy.
But that's, in my opinion,
yeah,
that's a little odd.
Yeah.
I'm big on the, in my opinion. I live with that. That and fair use. So I'm going to get it tattooed on my forehead. Because I try to say it. If it's my opinion, I definitely try to say it, or if it's hearsay, or, but let me tell you, if I know for a fact it came out of their mouths, I let you know it came out of their mouths.
Yep.
Yes. Which is why I said Sonia's husband, I did not see those records and I do not know what he actually did.
Yeah.
That's going to be on the next rumor going around. Lisa said, oh my God.
No.
Fly
I know.
says
I
it
know.
was
Lisa
them to
didn't
go
say
to the
it.
station to buy them playful beverages, not a PlayStation. Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably.
Very well could be right there, girlfriend.
I never
Oh,
seen people who, I mean, Dawn could drink a fifth of 7-7, like, or what is it? R&R. R&R.
Yep.
He could drink that thing down. He'd be doing a live, and you could tell that he was drinking. And the more he drank, the more you could tell it. I knew the minute Dawn was drunk when he said awesomest. Every time he said awesomest, I could tell he was drunk.
Lily Eve, I know. I'm not making. I'm sorry. I'm making. Yeah, you're fine. I saw that. I'm just, you know, want to stamp out those rumors before they start. So
Lisa always got to cover her butt because she got
I
thousands of people who come for her every time she opens her mouth.
too, and you know, clip and paste things I said to make it look like I said something else, and I'm like,
oh my God,
that's the internet for you.
Yep.
Girl, I don't.
Yeah,
I mean, I love my chat and stuff because we hardly ever get trolls over here, and no matter who's over here, everybody just respects what everybody else thinks. So,
well,
yeah,
Lisa, you missed it yesterday. It was a perfect example. We were sitting here talking about how I got this new doctor and how she's really taken charge of getting things done for me. And I mentioned, one of the things I mentioned was that she scheduled me a PAP, right? And this woman came into chat. I'm assuming she's a woman. This woman came in chat and said, "What's this vile person on the internet doing talking about pap smears?" And we were like, what the hell?
we were like, maybe you can't get one because nobody wants to come near that. I said a few other choice words, but you know what? I don't do a live at night very often, so I was cutting it loose.
And it was I mean, a troll's a troll's a troll, but it was very bad timing too, wasn't it? Remain calm.
Yeah,
It
it was.
very bad timing. It was a tender moment in chat that right at that moment, and yeah, it hit me so damn wrong.
Who
I
was it in my chat one time said they read the room? They
yes,
didn't read the room on that
Yes.
one, did they?
no, they didn't.
You know, I only had trolls. My chat never has trolls either, except for that one night when they all came over from that one creator.
Oh yeah, they
You know,
did.
and I don't like to block or time people out. So I didn't, and I should have. And I set the rules later, and I said, you know, they've got to go because people that were interested in what I was saying said that was very distracting on replay to watch all that bullshit going on in chat.
It was because
So I thought, well, I didn't think of it that way. I was trying to bend over backwards for people, then I could see that
no,
was.
I mean, you did really good. You did really good, but yeah, I was like, that's so uncalled for. If you don't want to watch somebody, just don't watch them. Why send people over in chat to?
Yeah.
Let me tell you, I went through that with that creator, and you know, honestly, the only thing I could say was fuck off. I ain't dealing with that bullshit. So they put you in a position where you do have to stand up for yourself, because if you don't, you know, there's nobody on YouTube that has any more or any less information about the Summer Wells case. And everybody should be able to get together and just have some conversations about it. I mean, because even having you up here, Lisa, you know, a lot of things are brought back to me because you remember a lot of things too.
I do. People say, how do you know everything? I said, I don't know everything, but I remember everything.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah, I have a really good memory, and I can, yeah.
Thank
Some
you,
ladies.
Sleuth Hound.
What?
Oh, I was
what?
saying thank you to Sleuth Hound.
Oh.
Yeah, because with me transcribing everything, I had to go back and listen to this stuff over and over again because I wanted to get every word right and how they were saying it. So because I always want to know the context of when somebody says something, I want to know the whole context of the conversation.
Right, correct, yes.
Just bits and pieces don't cut it for me. So doing that this whole time, it's like I do have stuff it's in my mind. Sometimes somebody needs to shake it loose a little bit, but it makes me remember things from way back in the beginning that happened. So
yeah, I don't know how anybody could possibly start following this case now, because
oh man, it would.
I mean, how would you ever catch up? How would you catch up?
It would be impossible with all the rumors and the accusations that have come along with it.
Yeah, and stuff that's been debunked 2 years ago is coming up again now, going around, and I'm like, it's just like with Rose's case. I mean, it's her old board, her old Facebook group, and then there was a couple of newer ones. Like, if you didn't follow, I mean, if you go back now and look at that and try to figure out what was going on, so much of that was deleted and edited that you don't get the whole story. So it's impossible to figure out the facts. I mean, those of us that have been there have screenshots of it all. But, if you right now we're trying to figure out what was going on and go back and look. I mean, one lady spread some pretty damning rumors, and her own mother and sister said that she's a liar. She has a grudge against the person she was talking about. So if you didn't follow that and just like, oh, look, you know what I'm saying? It's hard to catch up.
I popped into a chat. I never watched that creator for a long time, and I just happened to pop in chat one day. And I seen this person in chat say, Lisa Jetton lives across the street from Remain Calm. And I was like, what? So this is what got me, because not only was I watching in the bushes, I had to go into the chat, but the creator pinned what the girl said.
Oh my
And
God.
I'm in chat and I said, the creator knew me, had known me, so she knew that wasn't true. But instead of saying, just even saying, no, I know that not to be true, she says, well, that's interesting. I was like, what? You
Yes.
know me. Why would you not nip that in the bud right away? Why would you let something like that be said and leave it out there? And I was like, right there, when I look at your channel, I know there's a lot of misinformation on this channel because of that.
Would that be a creator whose name would be last in an alphabetic list?
Last in the alphabetic list?
Start with a Z?
Oh, no. No, it
Oh.
wasn't her. It was
Oh,
somebody
yeah.
else.
See, you have to do it. You have to say it like I do, Lisa. You have to say, does that creator's name start with a Ziggy?
Thank you, AC. I'll definitely get with you and give you my number, honey. I'd love to have a conversation with you.
Oh my God, you're killing me. You know, she was talking about her electric bill there.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, it was overdue. Well, yeah, that wasn't her bill for the month. That was her bill for several months. And it came out gradually that she was in a payment plan and then defaulted. Well, if you default on a payment plan with the power company, you will get disconnected.
Oh,
Heck yeah.
You cannot, you're not eligible for a new payment plan either because they know that you're a liar. So anyway, I was in.
They cut you off, and then you have to pay the full amount plus
Yes.
deposit.
Yes. So anyway, I was in there trying to be helpful, and I said, call 211.
Exactly.
I said, that's what they're there for. And well, Justin is her mod, and Justin hates me because I call him out on his BS. So he saw my comment and immediately blocked me and deleted my comments. So does that help Ziggy? Is that helping Ziggy? Because
let me tell you, girl, I don't know, but anybody who can convince somebody to give them a credit card and they spend thousands of dollars, that's being a good manipulator right there.
Mm-mm. See, first I heard, I just heard this today. First I heard that she owed 200, then I heard she owed 1,200. So I was like, what is it, 200 or 1,200?
Oh, she showed the bill and doxed herself. Showed her name, address, her account number, everything.
Oh my God.
It was $1,100 and some dollars. $800 and some dollars was past due.
Wow.
So the new amount was not $1,100. It was like $300. Right. So that's not that outrageous. She, oh, I don't know this, maybe I did get behind. And then as she goes along, gradually it comes out that, payment arrangement. People are saying, oh, make a payment arrangement. Well, yeah, I think I was on the payment arrangement and she didn't pay it. So yeah. Yep. Then you're screwed because that's the end of the road right there.
Yep. Hey, Mary AC said that she sent you.
Yeah, I got it right here.
Okay.
I got JC.
Oh, Sleuth Hound, I thought that same thing. I wouldn't be surprised. She did focus on that for a while.
What's
people pay on that account.
Yeah,
maybe
that was weird, you guys. That was so weird. It was like $8,000 or more. And then the girl was showing what she was purchasing with it, and it wasn't a car. I can tell you that right now.
Oh,
I
that
think
credit card?
I
Yeah.
think she got her a card, but they were I'll say allegedly the woman called the credit card company because somebody had called it and tried to up the what do
Whoa!
you call it?
The limit.
Yes.
Yeah, tried to up the limit.
Oh,
Yeah. Girl, you didn't know that?
no, because I don't usually follow her shenanigans
Well,
there.
it was really weird. Are you talking about Ziggy last night? Hand on the Bible. I did not
Oh,
block, time out, or even see you.
hi, Justin. Okay,
Justin didn't see you,
I
Lisa.
totally apologize then. I totally apologize. I'm sorry. Falsely accused you, and I apologize then.
Hey, Justin.
That's weird. I wonder who someone blocked me, but I didn't think that was very helpful because I was trying to help Ziggy because 211 will pay your utilities if you have a shut off notice, and
They
she did
will.
have a shut off
Let me
notice.
tell
So
you, in the state that we live in, because I live in the same state Ziggy does, she can get a hold of it's the Indiana Emergency Relief Association, and they will even pay her rent for her.
yeah,
For I think it's for like a couple years, 16 months, something.
Wow.
I had 211 help pay my rent too once when I was injured.
211. Well, 211 doesn't pay it, but 211
Right,
gives you resources to
correct.
people who will pay it.
Yep,
Yeah, because we
and
have
yeah.
211 here. I think
So I mean
211 is
that's
nationwide, isn't it?
what.
Is
Yes, it
211
is.
is nationwide, isn't it?
Yes, it absolutely is. Yeah, and I recommend it to a lot of people. It is an awesome resource. I know a friend that had an operation on brain tumor and then went blind, and I know they work with Association for the Blind, which will come and give you different household things to help you adapt.
Oh,
With
wow.
your remotes and everything, they'll help train you. They're just the things that they do are awesome. 211 is an awesome resource.
Yes, they are. That is true. That is true.
All right, whippersnappers, I gotta go. I've been on here 5 hours.
Oh, wow. Well, good
That's a
Okay,
talking.
long time.
Justin, I'm sorry. I apologize again. I'm sorry. I just thought it was you because I saw you in there.
We love you, Justin. Justin knows I love him over here.
Someone from Europe was asking what
The
the
energy
energy
prices.
prices was in the USA.
Oh,
And that's
Uh,
when she showed her electric bill and got on that subject, but I was in and out.
right. I will depend on Justin to slap silly if I ever think of somebody. Oh, what she's saying, Justin, is you can slap her silly so that way she doesn't ever use her card or credit card.
Okay, I'm going to jump off here.
All right. Goodbye, Lisa Cat. All right. Lisa Cat's gone. Lisa, I throw
okay.
people off. I throw them off. So when I
Okay,
tell you
fine.
bye,
Hey,
come.
love you. Had a great time. Thanks.
Hey, I did too. You come back anytime you want.
Okay, great. See ya.
Appreciated you coming up. All right. Lisa's gone. It's just me. Thank you guys. I know 5 hours is long, but we were having good conversation. Always appreciated over here. Thank you, Loose Cat, for hanging with me. And thanks, Lisa, for coming up. And definitely come up again. Great conversation. Thank you, Justin, for popping in. Sleuth Hound, Flies. Eve, I adore you. Thank you so much for hanging out this whole time. You are you just are very special to me, for sure. And thank you for treating everybody in chat so respectfully. It's so cool. Yeah, Justin, sorry I was on here 5 hours. But I will catch you. I do watch you. I watch you in the bushes. I sure do. So don't think I don't. I am there. You just don't see me. I'm like a ghost. I just kind of float through my monitor and float around to different channels and see what's going on. I know everybody does their chores, or they make dinner and they eat dinner while I'm talking, or they take a nap and then they'll come back and they'll be like, "Girl, you're still on?" And I was actually going to get off earlier today, but we were having good conversation. So thanks, everybody. Have a wonderful Sunday. Probably won't see you till Tuesday, okay? For sure, because the next thing I talk about, I want to make sure I have everything pulled up so we're not nilly-willy over here. So, ooh, Lily had lasagna. I do have to go eat also. So, but I appreciate you guys. Thank you very much. You all have a great night. Don't cost time, be kind. If you got to get a little feisty, go ahead and do it. Peace out, everybody. Thank you.